LETTER XXX OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, VOL. 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 3, by Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXX. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday night, April 16th. I may send to you, although you are forbid to write to me, may I not? For that is not a correspondence, is it, where letters are not answered? I am strangely at a loss what to think of this man. He is a perfect Proteus. I can but write according to the shape he assumes at the time. Don't think me the changeable person, I beseech you, if in one letter I contradict what I wrote in another. Nay, if I seem to contradict what I said in the same letter. For he is a perfect chameleon, or rather more variable than the chameleon. For that, it is said, cannot assume the red and the white, but this man can. And though black seems to be his natural colour, yet has he taken great pains to make me think him nothing but white. But you shall judge of him as I proceed. Only, if I anywhere appear to you to be credulous, I beg you to set me right, for you are a stander-by, as you say in a former. Would to heaven I were not to play, for I think, after all, I am held to a desperate game. Before I could finish my last to you, he sent up twice more to beg admittance. I returned for answer, that I would see him at my own time. I would neither be invaded nor prescribed to. Considering how we parted, and my delaying his audience, as he sometimes calls it, I expected him to be in no very good humour when I admitted of his visit. And by what I wrote, you will conclude that I was not. Yet mine soon changed when I saw his extreme humility at his entrance, and heard what he had to say. I have a letter, madam, said he, from Lady Betty Lawrance, and another from my cousin Charlotte. But of these more by and by. I came now to make my humble acknowledgment to you upon the arguments that passed between us so lately. I was silent, wondering what he was driving at. I am a most unhappy creature, proceeded he, unhappy from a strange impatiency of spirit, which I cannot conquer. It always brings upon me deserved humiliation. But it is more laudable to acknowledge than to persevere when under the power of conviction. I was still silent. I have been considering what you proposed to me, madam, that I should acquiesce with such terms as you should think proper to comply with, in order to a reconciliation with your friends. Well, sir, and I find all just, all right on your side, and all impatience, all inconsideration on mine. I stared, you may suppose. Whence this change, sir, and so soon? I am so much convinced that you must be in the right in all you think fit to insist upon, that I shall for the future mistrust myself, and if it be possible, whenever I differ with you, take an hour's time for recollection, before I give way to that vehemence which an opposition, to which I have not been accustomed, too often gives me. All this is mighty good, sir, but to what does it tend? Why, madam, when I came to consider what you had proposed as to the terms of reconciliation with your friends, and when I recollected that you had always referred to yourself to approve or reject me according to my merits or demerits, I plainly saw that it was rather a condescension in you, that you were pleased to ask my consent to those terms, than that you were imposing a new law. And I now, Madam, beg your pardon for my impatience. Whatever terms you think proper to come into with your relations, which will enable you to honour me with the conditional effect of your promise to me, to these be pleased to consent. And if I lose you, insupportable as that thought is to me, yet, as it must be by my own fault, I ought to thank myself for it. What think you, Miss Howe? Do you believe he can have any view in this? I cannot see any he could have. And I thought it best, as he put it in so right a manner, to appear not to doubt the sincerity of his confession, and to accept of it as sincere. He then read to me part of Lady Betty's letter. Turning down the beginning, which was a little too severe upon him, he said, for my eye. And I believe, by the style, the remainder of it was in a corrective strain. It was too plain, I told him, that he must have great faults, that none of his relations could write to him but with a mingled censure for some bad action. And it is as plain, my dearest creature, said he, that you, who know not of any such faults, but by surmise, are equally ready to condemn me. Will not charity allow you to infer that their charges are no better grounded? And that my principal fault has been carelessness of my character, and too little solicitude to clear myself when aspersed, which, I do assure you, is the case. Lady Betty, in her letter, expresses herself in the most obliging manner in relation to me. She wishes him so to behave as to encourage me to make him soon happy. She desires her compliments to me, and expresses her impatience to see, as her niece, so celebrated a lady. Those are her high words. She shall take it for an honour, she says, to be put into a way to oblige me. She hopes I will not too long delay the ceremony, because that performed will be to her and to Lord M. and Lady Sarah a sure pledge of her nephew's merits and good behaviour. She says, she was always sorry to hear of the hardships I had met with on his account, that he will be the most ungrateful of men if he make it not all up to me, and that she thinks it incumbent upon all their family to supply to me the lost favour of my own, and for her part, nothing of that kind, she bids him assure me, shall be wanting. Her ladyship observes, that the treatment he had received from my family would have been much more unaccountable than it was, with such natural and accidental advantages as he had it not been owing to his own careless manners. But she hopes that he will convince the Harlowe family that they had thought worse of him than he had deserved, since now it was in his power to establish his character for ever. This she prays to God to enable him to do, as well for his own honour as for the honour of their house, was the magnificent word. She concludes with desiring to be informed of our nuptials the moment they are celebrated, that she may be with the earliest in felicitating me on the happy occasion. But her ladyship gives me no direct invitation to attend her before the marriage, which I might have expected from what he had told me. He then showed me part of Miss Montague's more sprightly letter, congratulating him upon the honour he had obtained of the confidence of so admirable a lady. These are her words: confidence, my dear. Nobody, indeed, as you say, will believe otherwise, were they to be told the truth. And you see that Miss Montague, and all his family, I suppose, think that the step I have taken an extraordinary one. She also wishes for his speedy nuptials, and to see her new cousin at M. Hall, as do Lord M., she tells him, and her sister, and in general all the well-wishers of their family. Whenever this happy day shall be past, she proposes, she says, to attend me, and to make one in my train to M. Hall, if his lordship shall continue as ill of the gout as he is at present; but that, should he get better, he will himself attend me, she is sure, and conduct me thither, and afterwards quit either of his 3 seats to us, till we shall be settled to our mind. This young lady says nothing in excuse for not meeting me on the road, or St. Albans, as he had made me expect she would, yet mentions her having been indisposed. Mr. Lovelace had also told me that Lord M. was ill of the gout, which Miss Montague's letter confirms. But why did not the man show me these letters last night? Was he afraid of giving me too much pleasure? End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. You may believe, my dear, that these letters put me in a good humour with him. He saw it in my countenance, and congratulated himself upon it. Yet I cannot but repeat my wonder that I could not have the contents of them communicated to me last night. He then urged me to go directly to Lady Betty's on the strength of her letter. But how, said I, can I do that, were I even out of all hope of a reconciliation with my friends, which yet, however unlikely to be effected, is my duty to attempt, as her ladyship has given me no particular invitation? That, he was sure, was owing to her doubt that it would be accepted, else she would have done it with the greatest pleasure in the world. That doubt itself, I said, was enough to deter me, since her ladyship, who knew so well the boundaries to the fit and the unfit, by her not expecting I would accept of the invitation, had she given it, would have reason to think me very forward if I had accepted it, and much more forward to go without it. Then, said I thank you, sir, I have no clothes fit to go anywhere, or to be seen by anybody. Oh, I was fit to appear in the drawing-room, were full dress and jewels to be excused, and should make the most amiable, he must mean extraordinary, figure there. He was astonished at the elegance of my dress. By what art he knew not, but I appeared to such advantage as if I had a different suit every day. Besides, his cousins Montague would supply me with all I wanted for the present, and he would write to Miss Charlotte accordingly, if I would give him leave. Do you think me the jay in the fable? Said I. Would you have me visit the owners of the borrowed dresses in their own clothes? Surely, Mr. Lovelace, you think I have either a very low or a very confident mind. Would I choose to go to London for a very few days only, in order to furnish myself with clothes? Not at your expense, sir, said I, in an angry tone. I could not have appeared in earnest to him in my displeasure at his artful contrivances to get me away, if I were not occasionally to show my real fretfulness upon the destitute condition to which he has reduced me. When people set out wrong together, it is very difficult to avoid recriminations. He wished he knew but my mind. That should direct him in his proposals, and it would be his delight to observe it, whatever it were. My mind is, that you, sir, should leave me out of hand. How often must I tell you so? If I were anywhere but here, he would obey me, he said, if I insisted upon it. But if I would assert my right, that would be infinitely preferable, in his opinion, to any other measure but one, which he durst only hint at. For then, admitting his visits or refusing them, as I pleased, granting a correspondence by letter only, it would appear to all the world that what I had done was but in order to do myself justice. How often, Mr. Lovelace, must I repeat that I will not litigate with my father? Do you think that my unhappy circumstances will alter my notions of my own duty, so far as I shall be enabled to perform it? How can I obtain possession without litigation, and but by my trustees? One of them will be against me, the other is abroad. Then the remedy proposed by this measure, were I disposed to fall in with it, will require time to bring it into effect. And what I want is present independence, and your immediate absence. Upon his soul, the wretch swore, he did not think it safe, for the reasons he had before given, to leave me here. He wished I would think of some place to which I should like to go. But he must take the liberty to say, that he hoped his behaviour had not been so exceptionable as to make me so very earnest for his absence in the interim; and the less surely, as I was almost eternally shutting up myself from him, although he presumed to assure me, that he never went from me but with a corrected heart, and with strengthened resolutions of improving by my example. Externally shutting myself up from you? Repeated I. I hope, sir, that you will not pretend to take it amiss that I expect to be uninvaded in my retirements. I hope you do not think me so weak a creature, novice as you have found me in a very capital instance, as to be fond of occasions to hear your fond speeches, especially as no differing circumstances require your over-frequent visits, nor that I am to be addressed to as if I thought hourly professions needful to assure me of your honour. He seemed a little disconcerted. You know, Mr. Lovelace, proceeded I, why I am so earnest for your absence. It is, that I may appear to the world independent of you, and in hopes, by that means, to find it less difficult to set on foot a reconciliation with my friends. And now let me add, in order to make you easier as to the terms of that hoped-for reconciliation, that since I find I have the good fortune to stand so well with your relations, I will, from time to time, acquaint you, by letter, when you are absent, with every step I shall take, and with every overture that shall be made to me, but not with an intention to render myself accountable to you, neither as to my acceptance or non-acceptance of those overtures. They know that I have a power given me by my grandfather's will to bequeath the estate he left me, with other of his bounties, in a way that may affect them, though not absolutely from them. This consideration, I hope, will procure me some from them, when their passion subsides, and when they know I am independent of you. Charming reasoning! And let him tell me, that the assurance I had given him was all he wished for. It was more than he could ask. What a happiness to have a woman of honour and generosity to depend upon! Had he, on his first entrance into the world, met with such a one, he had never been other than a man of strict virtue. But all, he hoped, was for the best, since in that case he had never perhaps had the happiness he now had in view, because his relations had always been urging him to marry, and that before he had the honour to know me. And now, as he had not been so bad as some people's malice reported him to be, he hoped he should have near as much merit in his repentance as if he had never erred. A fine rakish notion and hope, and too much encouraged, I doubt, my dear, by the generality of our sex. This brought on a more serious question or two. You'll see by it what a creature an unmortified libertine is. I asked him if he knew what he had said, alluded to a sentence in the best of books, that there was more joy in heaven, he took the words out of my mouth, over one sinner that repenteth, than over 99 just persons which need no repentance, were his words. Yes, madam, I thought of it, as soon as I said it, but not before. I have read the story of the prodigal son, I'll assure you, and one day, when I am settled as I hope to be, will write a dramatic piece on the subject. I have at times had it in my head, and you will be too ready, perhaps, to allow me to be qualified fro it. You so lately, sir, stumbled at a word, with which you must be better acquainted, ere you can be thoroughly master of such a subject, that I am amazed you should know anything of the Scripture, and be so ignorant of that. O madam, I have read the Bible, as a fine piece of ancient history, but as I hope to be saved, it has for some years past made me so uneasy, when I have popped upon some passages in it, that I have been forced to run to music or company to divert myself. Poor wretch! Lifting up my hands and eyes. The denunciations come so slapdash upon one, so unceremoniously, as I may say, without even the by your leave of a rude London chairman, that they overturn one, horse and man, as St. Paul was overturned. There's another Scripture allusion, madam. The light, in short, as his was, is too glaring to be borne. O sir, do you want to be complimented into repentance and salvation? But pray, Mr. Lovelace, do you mean anything at all, when you swear so often as you do, by your soul, or bind an asseveration with the words, as you hope to be saved? O my beloved creature, shifting his seat, let us call another cause. Why, sir, don't I neither use ceremony enough with you? Dearest madam, forbear for the present. I am but in my novitiate. Your foundation must be laid brick by brick. You will hinder the progress of the good work you would promote, if you tumble in a whole wagon load at once upon me. Lord bless me, thought I, what a character is that of a libertine! What a creature am I, who have risked what I have risked with such a one! What a task before me, if my hopes continue of reforming such a wild Indian as this! Nay, worse than a wild Indian. For a man who errs with his eyes open, and against conviction, is 1,000 times worse for what he knows, and much harder to be reclaimed, than if he had never known anything at all. I was equally shocked at him, and concerned for him, and having laid so few bricks, to speak to his illusion, and those so ill cemented, I was as willing as the gay and inconsiderate to call another cause, as he termed it, another cause, too, more immediately pressing upon me, from my uncertain situation. I said, I took it for granted that he assented to the reasoning he seemed to approve, and would leave me. And then I asked him what he really, and in his most deliberate mind, would advise me to in my present situation. He must needs see, I said, that I was at a great loss what to resolve upon. Entirely a stranger to London, having no adviser, no protector at present. Himself, he must give me leave to tell him, greatly deficient in practice, if not in the knowledge, of those decorums which, I had supposed, were always to be found in a man of birth, fortune, and education. He imagines himself, I find, to be a very polite man, and cannot bear to be thought otherwise. He put up his lip. I am sorry for it, madam. A man of breeding, a man of politeness, give me leave to say, colouring, is much more of a black swan with you, than with any lady I ever met with. Then that is your misfortune, Mr. Lovelace, as well as mine, at present. Every woman of discernment, I am confident, knowing what I know of you now, would say as I say, I had a mind to mortify a pride that I am sure deserves to be mortified, that your politeness is not regular, nor constant. It is not habit. It is too much seen by fits and starts and sallies, and those not spontaneous. You must be reminded into them. O Lord, poor I, was the light, yet the half-angry wretch's self-pitying expression. I proceeded. Upon my word, sir, you are not the accomplished man which your talents and opportunities would have led one to expect you to be. You are indeed in your novitiate, as to every laudable attainment. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, in continuation. As this subject was introduced by himself, and treated so lightly by him, I was going on to tell him more of my mind, but he interrupted me. Dear, dear madam, spare me. I am sorry that I have lived to this hour for nothing at all. But surely you could not have quitted a subject so much more agreeable and so much more suitable, I will say, to your present situation, if you had not too cruel a pleasure in mortifying a man, who the less needed to be mortified, as he before looked up to you with a diffidence in his own merits too great to permit him to speak half of his mind to you. Be pleased but to return to the subject we were upon, and at another time I will gladly embrace correction from the only lips in the world so qualified to give it. You talk of reformation sometimes, Mr. Lovelace, and in so talking acknowledge errors. But I see you can very ill bear the reproof, for which perhaps you are not solicitous to avoid giving occasion. Far be it from me to take delight in finding fault. I should be glad for both our sakes, since my situation is what it is, that I could do nothing but praise you. But failures which affect a mind that need not be very delicate to be affected by them are too grating to be passed over in silence by a person who wishes to be thought in earnest in her own duties. I admire your delicacy, madam, again interrupted he. Although I suffer by it, yet would I not have it otherwise. Indeed I would not, when I consider of it. It is an angelic delicacy, which sets you above all our sex, and even above your own. It is natural to you, madam, so you may think it extraordinary. But there is nothing like it on earth, said the flatterer. What company has he kept? But let us return to the former subject. You were so good as to ask me what I would advise you to do. I want but to make you easy. I want but to see you fixed to your liking, your faithful Hannah with you, your reconciliation with those to whom you wish to be reconciled, set on foot, and in a train. And now let me mention to you different expedients, in hopes that some one of them may be acceptable to you. I will go to Mrs. Howe, or to Miss Howe, or to whomsoever you would have me to go, and endeavour to prevail upon them to receive you. Do you incline to go to Florence, to your cousin Morden? I will furnish you with an opportunity of going thither, either by sea to Leghorn, or by land through France. Perhaps I may be able to procure one of the ladies of my family to attend you. Either Charlotte or Patty would rejoice in such an opportunity of seeing France and Italy. As for myself, I will only be your escort, in disguise, if you will have it so, even in your livery, that your punctilio may not receive offence by my attendance. I told him I would consider of all he had said, but that I hoped for a line or two from my aunt Hervey, if not from my sister, to both of whom I had written, which, if I were to be so favoured, might help to determine me. Meantime, if he would withdraw, I would particularly consider of this proposal of his in relation to my cousin Morden, and if it held its weight with me, so far as to write for your opinion upon it, he should know my mind in an hour's time. He withdrew with great respect, and in an hour's time returned. And I then told him it was unnecessary to trouble you for your opinion about it. My cousin Morden was soon expected. If he were not, I could not admit him to accompany me to him upon any condition. It was highly improbable that I should obtain the favour of either of his cousins' company; and, if that could be brought about, it would be the same thing in the world's eye as if he went himself. This led us into another conversation, which shall be the subject of my next. End of Letter XXXII. Letter XXXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. Mr. Lovelace told me that on the supposition that his proposal in relation to my cousin Morden might not be accepted, he had been studying to find out, if possible, some other expedient that might be agreeable, in order to convince me that he preferred my satisfaction to his own. He then offered to go himself and procure my Hannah to come and attend me. As I had declined the service of either of the young Misses Sorlings, he was extremely solicitous, he said, that I should have a servant in whose integrity I might confide. I told him that you would be so kind as to send to engage Hannah, if possible. If anything, he said, should prevent Hannah from coming, suppose he himself waited upon Miss Howe to desire her to lend me her servant till I was provided to my mind. I said, your mother's high displeasure at the step I had taken, as she supposed voluntarily, had deprived me of an open assistance of that sort from you. He was amazed, so much as Mrs. Howe herself used to admire me, and so great an influence as Miss Howe was supposed and deserved to have over her mother, that Mrs. Howe should take upon herself to be so much offended with me. He wished that the man, who took such pains to keep up and inflame the passions of my father and uncles, were not at the bottom of this mischief too. I was afraid, I said, that my brother was, or else my uncle Antony, I dared to say, would not have taken such pains to set Mrs. Howe against me, as I understood he had done. Since I had declined visiting Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, he asked me if I should admit of a visit from his cousin Montague, and accept of a servant of hers for the present. That was not, I said, an acceptable proposal. But I would first see if my friends would send me my clothes, that I might not make such a giddy and runaway appearance to any of his relations. If I pleased, he would take another journey to Windsor, to make a more particular inquiry amongst the canons, or in any worthy family. Were not his objections as to the publicness of the place, I asked him, as strong now as before? I remember, my dear, in one of your former letters, you mentioned London as the most private place to be in. And I said, that since he made such pretences against leaving me here, as showed he had no intention to do so, and since he engaged to go from me, and leave me to pursue my own measures, if I were elsewhere, and since his presence made these lodgings inconvenient to me, I should not be disinclined to go to London, did I know any body there. As he had several times proposed London to me, I expected that he would eagerly have embraced that motion from me. But he took not ready hold of it, yet I thought his eye approved of it. We are both great watchers of each other's eyes, and indeed seem to be more than half afraid of each other. He then made a grateful proposal to me, that I would send for my Norton to attend me. He saw by my eyes, he said, that he had at last been happy in an expedient, which would answer the wishes of us both. Why, says he, did I not think of it before? And snatching my hand, shall I write, madam? Shall I send? Shall I go and fetch the worthy woman myself? After a little consideration, I told him that this was indeed a grateful motion, but that I apprehended it would put her to a difficulty which she would not be able to get over, as it would make a woman of her known prudence appear to countenance a fugitive daughter in opposition to her parents, and as her coming to me would deprive her of my mother's favour, without its being in my power to make it up to her. O my beloved creature, said he, generously enough, let not this be an obstacle. I will do every thing for Mrs. Norton you wish to have done. Let me go for her. More coolly than perhaps his generosity deserved, I told him it was impossible, but I must soon hear from my friends. I should not, meantime, embroil any body with them. Not Mrs. Norton especially, from whose interest in, and mediation with, my mother, I might expect some good, were she to keep herself in a neutral state. That, besides, the good woman had a mind above her fortune, and would sooner want than be beholden to any body improperly. Improperly, said he, have not persons of merit a right to all the benefits conferred upon them? Mrs. Norton is so good a woman, that I shall think she lays me under an obligation, if she will put it in my power to serve her, although she were not to augment it by giving me the opportunity at the same time of contributing to your pleasure and satisfaction. How could this man, with such powers of right thinking, be so far depraved by evil habits, as to disgrace his talents by wrong acting? Is there not room, after all, thought I, at the time, to hope, as he so lately led me to hope, that the example it will behove me, for both our sakes, to endeavour to set him, may influence him to a change of manners, in which both may find our account? Give me leave, sir, said I, to tell you, there is a strange mixture in your mind. You must have taken pains to suppress many good motions and reflections as they arose, or levity must have been surprisingly predominant in it. But as to the subject we were upon, there is no taking any resolutions till I hear from my friends. Well, madam, I can only say, I would find out some expedient, if I could, that should be agreeable to you. But since I cannot, will you be so good as to tell me what you would wish to have done? Nothing in the world but I will comply with, excepting leaving you here, at such a distance from the place I shall be in, if any thing should happen, and in a place where my gossiping rascals have made me in a manner public, for want of proper cautions at first. These vermin, added he, have a pride they can hardly rein in, when they serve a man of family. They boast of their master's pedigree and descent, as if they were related to him. Nor is anything they know of him, or of his affairs, a secret to one another, were it a matter that would hang him. If so, thought I, men of family should take care to give them subjects worth boasting of. I am quite at a loss, said I, what to do or where to go. Would you, Mr. Lovelace, in earnest, advise me to think of going to London? And I looked at him with steadfastness, but nothing could I gather from his looks. At first, madam, said he, I was for proposing London, as I was then more apprehensive of pursuit. But as your relations seem cooler on that head, I am the more indifferent about the place you go to. So as you are pleased, so as you are easy, I shall be happy. This indifference of his to London, I cannot but say, made me incline the more to go thither. I asked him, to hear what he would say, if he could recommend me to any particular place in London. No, he said, none that was fit for me, or that I should like. His friend Belford, indeed, had very handsome lodgings near Soho Square, at a relation's, whose wife was a woman of virtue and honour. These, as Mr. Belford was generally in the country, he could borrow till I was better accommodated. I was resolved to refuse these at the first mention, as I should any other he had named. Nevertheless, I will see, thought I, if he has really thought of these for me. If I break off the talk here, and he resumes this proposal with earnestness in the morning, I shall apprehend that he is less indifferent than he seems to be about my going to London, and that he has already a lodging in his eye for me, and then I will not go at all. But after such generous motions from him, I really think it a little barbarous to act and behave as if I thought him capable of the blackest and most ungrateful baseness. But his character, his principles, are so faulty. He is so light, so vain, so various, that there is no certainty that he will be next hour what he is this. Then, my dear, I have no guardian now, no father, no mother, only God and my vigilance to depend upon, and I have no reason to expect a miracle in my favour. Well, sir, said I, rising to leave him, something must be resolved upon, but I will postpone this subject till to-morrow morning. He would fain have engaged me longer, but I said I would see him as early as he pleased in the morning. He might think of any convenient place in London, or near it, in meantime. And so I retired from him, as I do from my pen, hoping for better rest for the few hours that remain of this night than I have had of a long time. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 33. Letter 34 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 34. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. Monday morning, April 17th. Late as I went to bed, I have had very little rest. Sleep and I have quarrelled, and although I court it, it will not be friends. I hope its fellow irreconcilables at Harlowe Place enjoy its balmy comfort. Else that will be an aggravation of my fault. My brother and sister, I dare say, want it not. Mr. Lovelace, who is an early riser, as well as I, joined me in the garden about 6, and after the usual salutations, asked me to resume our last night's subject. It was upon lodgings at London, he said. I think you mentioned one to me, sir, did you not? Yes, madam, but, watching the turn of my countenance, rather as what you would be welcome to than perhaps approve of. I believe so too. To go to town upon an uncertainty, I own, is not agreeable. But to be obliged to any persons of your acquaintance, when I want to be thought independent of you, and to a person especially to whom my friends are to direct to me, if they vouchsafe to take notice of me at all, is an absurd thing to mention. He did not mention it as what he imagined I would accept, but only to confirm to me what he had said, that he himself knew of none fit for me. Has not your family, madam, some one tradesman they deal with, who has conveniences of this kind? I would make it worth such a person's while to keep his secret of your being at his house. Traders are dealers in pins, said he, and will be more obliged by a penny customer than by a pound present, because it is in their way, yet will refuse neither, any more than a lawyer or a man of office, his fee. My father's tradesmen, I said, would, no doubt, be the first employed to find me out. So that proposal was as wrong as the other. And who is it that a creature so lately in favour with all her friends can apply to, in such a situation as mine, but must be, at least, equally the friends of her relations? We had a good deal of discourse upon the same topic, but at last the result was this. He wrote a letter to one Mr. Dolman, a married man, of fortune and character, I accepting to Mr. Belford, desiring him to provide decent apartments, ready furnished, I had told him what they should be, for a single woman, consisting of a bedchamber, another for a maidservant, with the use of a dining room or parlour. This letter he gave me to peruse, and then sealed it up, and dispatched it away in my presence, by one of his own servants, who, having business in town, is to bring back an answer. I attend the issue of it, holding myself in readiness to set out for London, unless you, my dear, advise the contrary. End of Letter 34.
Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Upon such good terms when we parted, I was surprised to find so solemn a brow upon my return, and her charming eyes red with weeping. But when I had understood she had received letters from Miss Howe, it was natural to imagine that that little devil had put her out of humour with me. It is easy for me to perceive that my charmer is more sullen when she receives and has perused a letter from that vixen, than at other times. But as the sweet maid shows, even then, more of passive grief than of active spirit, I hope she is rather lamenting than plotting. And indeed, for what now should she plot? When I am become a reformed man, and am hourly improving in my morals. Nevertheless, I must contrive some way or other to get at their correspondence, only to see the turn of it, that's all. But no attempt of this kind must be made yet. A detected invasion in an article so sacred would ruin me beyond retrieve. Nevertheless, it vexes me to the heart to think that she is hourly writing her whole mind on all that passes between her and me, I under the same roof with her, yet kept at such awful distance, that I dare not break into a correspondence, that may perhaps be a mean to defeat all my devices. Would it be very wicked, Jack, to knock her messenger on the head, as he is carrying my beloved's letters, or returning from Miss Howe's? To attempt to bribe him, and not succeed, would utterly ruin me. And the man seems to be one used to poverty, one who can sit down satisfied with it and enjoy it, contented with hand-to-mouth conveniencies, and not aiming to live better to-morrow than he does to-day, and than he did yesterday. Such a one is above temptation, unless it could come clothed in the guise of truth and trust. What likelihood of corrupting a man who has no hope, no ambition? Yet the rascal has but half life, and groans under that. Should I be answerable in his case for a whole life? But hang the fellow, let him live. Were I king, or a minister of state, and Antonio Perez, it were another thing. And yet, on second thoughts, am I not a rake, as it is called? And whoever knew a rake stick at anything? But thou knowest, Jack, that the greatest half of my wickedness is vapour, to show my invention, and to prove that I could be mischievous if I would. I could hardly forbear taking her into my arms upon it, in spite of an expected tempest. So much wit, so much beauty, such a lively manner, and such exceeding quickness and penetration. Oh, Belford, she must be nobody's but mine. I can now account for and justify Herod's command to destroy his Mariamne, if he return not alive from his interview with Caesar. For were I to know that it were but probable that any other man were to have this charming creature, even after my death, the very thought would be enough to provoke me to cut that man's throat, were he a prince. I may be deemed by this lady a rapid, a boisterous lover, and she may like me the less for it. But all the ladies I have met with till now loved to raise a tempest and to enjoy it. Nor did they ever raise it, but I enjoyed it too. Lord, send us once happily to London. Darkness and light, I swore, were convertible at her pleasure. She could make any subject plausible. I was all air, she all perfection. And I snatched her hand, and more than kissed it. I was ready to devour it. There was, I believe, a kind of frenzy in my manner, which threw her into panic, like those of Smalley, perhaps, when the Thunderer in all his majesty, surrounded with 10,000 celestial burning glasses, was about to scorch her into a cinder. Had not my heart misgiven me? And had I not just in time recollected that she was not so much in my power, but that she might abandon me at her pleasure, having more friends in that house than I had? I should at that moment have made offers that would have decided all, one way or other. But apprehending that I had shown too much meaning in my passion, I gave it another turn. But little did the charmer think that an escape either she or I had, as the event might have proved, from that sudden gust of passion, which had like to have blown me into her arms. She was born, I told her, to make me happy, and to save a soul. I saw she was frightened, and She would have had reason had the scene been London, and that place in London which I have in view to carry her to. She confirmed me in my apprehension that I had alarmed her too much. She told me that she saw what my boasted regard for her injunctions was, and she would take proper measure upon it, as I should find. That she was shocked at my violent airs, and if I hoped any favour from her, I must that instant withdraw, and leave her to her recollection. She pronounced this in such a manner as showed she was set upon it, and having stepped out of the gentle and polite part I had so newly engaged to act, I thought ready obedience was the best atonement. And indeed I was sensible, from her anger and repulses, that I wanted time myself for recollection. And so I withdrew with the same veneration as a petitioning subject would withdraw from the presence of his sovereign. But, oh, Belford, had she had but the least patience with me, had she but made me think she would forgive this initiatory ardour, surely she will not be always thus guarded. I had not been a moment by myself, but I was sensible that I had half forfeited my newly assumed character. It is exceedingly difficult, thou seest, for an honest man to act in disguises. As the poet says, thrust nature back with a pitchfork, it will return. I recollected that what she had insisted upon was really a part of that declared will before she left her father's house, to which in another case, to humble her, I had pretended to have an inviolable regard. And when I had remembered her words of taking her measures accordingly, I was resolved to sacrifice a leg or an arm to make all up again, before she had time to determine upon any new measures. How seasonably to this purpose have come in my aunt's and cousins' letters! I have sent them in again and again to implore her to admit me to her presence. But she will conclude a letter she is writing to Miss Howe before she will see me, I suppose to give her an account of what has just passed. Curse upon her perverse tyranny! How she makes me wait for an humble audience, though she has done writing for some time! A prince begging for her upon his knees shall not prevail upon me to spare her, if I can but get her to London. Oons! Jack, I believe I have bit my lip through a vexation, but one day hers shall smart for it. Thou seest, Belford, that my charmer has no notion that Miss Howe herself is but a puppet danced upon my wires at second or third hand, to outwit and impel as I please two such girls as these, who think they know everything, and by taking advantage of the pride and ill nature of the old ones of both families, to play them off likewise at the very time they think they are doing me spiteful displeasure. What a charming revenge! Then the sweet creature, when I wished that her brother was not at the bottom of Mrs. Howe's resentment, to tell me that she was afraid he was, or her uncle would not have appeared against her to that lady. Pretty dear! How innocent! But don't think me the cause neither of her family's malice and resentment. It is all in their hearts. I work but with their materials. They, if left to their own wicked direction, would perhaps express their revenge by fire and faggot, that is to say, by the private dagger, or by Lord Chief Justice warrants, by law, and so forth. I only point the lightning, and teach it where to dart without the thunder. In other words, I only guide the effects. The cause is in their malignant hearts, and while I am doing a little mischief, I prevent a great deal. Thus he exults on her mentioning London. I wanted her to propose London herself. This made me again mention Windsor. If you would have a woman do one thing, you must always propose another, and that the very contrary. The very sex, as I hope to be saved. Why, Jack, they lay a man under a necessity to deal doubly with them. And when they find themselves outwitted, they cry out upon an honest fellow, who has been too hard for them at their own weapons. I could hardly contain myself. My heart was at my throat. Down, down, I said to myself, exuberant exultation. A sudden cough befriended me. I again turned to her, all as indifferent over as a girl at the first long-expected question, who waits for two more. I heard out the rest of her speech, and when she had done, instead of saying anything to her for London, I advised her to send for Mrs. Norton. As I knew she would be afraid of lying under obligation, I could have proposed to do so much for the good woman and her son as would have made her resolve that I should do nothing. This, however, not merely to avoid expense. But there was no such thing as allowing of the presence of Mrs. Norton. I might as well have had her mother or her Aunt Hervey with her. Hannah, had she been able to come, and had she actually come, I could have done well enough with. What do I keep fellows idling in the country for, but to fall in love, and even to marry those whom I would have them marry? Nor, upon second thoughts, would the presence of her Norton, or of her aunt, or even of her mother, have saved the dear creature, had I decreed her fall. How unequal is a modest woman to the adventure, when she throws herself into the power of a rake! Punctilio will, at any time, stand for reason with such an one. She cannot break through a well-tested modesty. None but the impudent little rogues, who can name the person and the church before you think of either, and undress and go to bed before you the next hour, should think of running away with a man. I am not in the right train now. Every hour, I doubt not, will give me an increasing interest in the affections of this proud beauty. I have just carried unpoliteness far enough to make her afraid of me, and to show her that I am no whiner. Every instance of politeness now will give me double credit with her. My next point will be to make her acknowledge a lambent flame, a preference of me to all other men at least. And then my happy hour is not far off. And acknowledge reciprocality in love sanctifies every little freedom, and little freedoms beget greater. And if she call me ungenerous, I can call her cruel. The sex love to be called cruel. Many a time have I complained of cruelty even in the act of yielding, because I knew it gratified the fair one's pride. I had a mind to alarm her with something furthest from my purpose, for, as much as she disliked my motion, I intend nothing by it. Mrs. Osgood is too pious a woman, and would have been more her friend than mine. I had a view, moreover, to give her an high opinion of her own sagacity. I love, when I dig a put, to have my prey tumble in with secure feet and open eyes. Then a man can look down upon her with an "Oh-ho, charmer, how came you there?" Monday, April 17th. I have just now received a fresh piece of intelligence from my agent, honest Joseph Leman. Thou knowest the history of poor Miss Betterton of Nottingham. James Harlowe is plotting to revive the resentments of her family against me. The Harlowes took great pains some time ago to endeavour to get to the bottom of that story. But now the foolish devils are resolved to do something in it, if they can. My head is working to make this booby squire a plotter and a clever fellow, in order to turn his plots to my advantage, supposing his sister shall aim to keep me at arm's length when in town, and to send me from her. I will in proper time let thee see Joseph's letter, and what I shall answer to it. To know in time a designed mischief is, with me, to disappoint it, and to turn it upon the contriver's head. End of Letter 35.
Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in answer to letters 28 through 34 inclusive. Tuesday, April 18. You have a most implacable family. Another visit from your uncle Antony has not only confirmed my mother an enemy to our correspondence, but has almost put her upon treading in their steps. But to other subjects. You plead generously for Mr. Hickman. Perhaps, with regard to him, I may have done, as I have often done in singing, begun a note or key too high, and yet, rather than begin again, proceed, though I strain my voice, or spoil my tune. But this is evident, the man is the more observant for it, and you have taught me that the spirit which is the humbler for ill usage will be insolent upon better. So, good and grave Mr. Hickman, keep your distance a little longer, I beseech you. You have erected an altar to me, and I hope you will not refuse to bow to it. But you ask me if I would treat Mr. Lovelace, were he to be in Mr. Hickman's place, as I do Mr. Hickman. Why really, my dear, I believe I should not. I have been very sagely considering this point of behaviour in general, on both sides in courtship, and I will very candidly tell you the result. I have concluded that politeness, even to excess, is necessary on the men's part, to bring us to listen to their first addresses, in order to induce us to bow our necks to a yoke so unequal. But upon my conscience, I very much doubt whether a little intermingled insolence is not requisite from them, to keep up that interest when once it has got footing. Men must not let us see that we can make fools of them, and I think that smooth love, that is to say, a passion without rubs, in other words, a passion without passion, is like a sleepy stream that is hardly seen to give motion to a straw. So that sometimes to make us fear, and even for a short space to hate the wretch, is productive of the contrary extreme. If this be so, Lovelace, than whom no man was ever more polite and obsequious at the beginning, has hit the very point. For his turbulence since, his readiness to offend, and his equal readiness to humble himself, as must keep a woman's passion alive, and at last tire her into a non-resistance that shall make her as passive as a tyrant husband would wish her to be, I verily think that the different behaviour of our two heroes to their heroines make out this doctrine to demonstration. I am so much accustomed for my own part to Hickman's whining, creeping, submissive courtship, that I now expect nothing but whine and cringe from him, and am so little moved with his nonsense, that I am frequently forced to go to my harpsichord to keep me awake, and to silence his humdrum. Whereas Lovelace keeps up the ball with a witness, and all his address and conversation is one continual game at racquet. Your frequent quarrels and reconciliations verify this observation, and I really believe that, could Hickman have kept my attention alive after the Lovelace manner, only that he had preserved his morals, I should have married the man by this time. But then he must have set out accordingly, for now he can never, never recover himself, that's certain. He must be a dangler to the end of the courtship chapter, and, what is worse for him, a passive to the end of his life. Poor Hickman, perhaps you'll say. I have been called your echo. Poor Hickman, say I. You wonder, my dear, that Mr. Lovelace took not notice to you overnight of the letters of Lady Betty and his cousin. I don't like his keeping such a material and relative circumstance, as I may call it, one moment from you. By his communicating the contents of them to you next day, when you was angry with him, it looks as if he withheld them for occasional pacifiers. And if so, must he not have had forethought that he might give you cause for anger? Of all the circumstances that have happened since you have been with him, I think I like this the least. Let alone, my dear, small as it might look to an indifferent eye, in mine warrants all your caution. Yet I think that Mrs. Greme's letter to her sister Sorlings his repeated motions for Hannah's attendance, and for that one of the widow Sorlings's daughters, and above all, for that of Mrs. Norton, are agreeable counterbalances. Were it not for these circumstances, I should have said a great deal more of the other. Yet what a foolish fellow, to let you know overnight that he had such letters! I can't tell what to make of him. I am pleased with the contents of these ladies' letters, and the more, as I have caused the family to be again sounded, and find that they are all as desirous as ever of your alliance. They really are, every one of them, your very great admirers. And as for Lord M., he is so much pleased with you, and with the confidence, as he calls it, which you have reposed in his nephew, that he vows he will disinherit him, if he reward it not as he ought. You must take care that you lose not both families. I hear Mrs. Norton is enjoined, as she values the favour of the other family, not to correspond either with you or with me, poor creatures! Yet they are not your relations neither, I believe. Had you had any other nurse, I should have concluded you had been changed. I suffer by their low malice. Excuse me, therefore. You really hold this man to his good behaviour with more spirit than I thought you mistress of, especially when I judged of you by that meekness which you always contended for, as the proper distinction of the female character, and by the love which, think as you please, you certainly have for him. You may rather be proud of than angry at the imputation, since you are the only woman I ever knew, read, or heard of, whose love was so much governed by her prudence. But when once the indifference of the husband take place of the ardour of the lover, it will be your turn, and if I am not mistaken, this man, who is the only self-admirer I ever knew who was not a coxcomb, will rather in his day expect homage than pay it. Your handsome husbands, my dear, make a wife's heart ache very often, and though you are as fine a person of a woman, at the least, as he is of a man, he will take too much delight in himself, to think himself more indebted to your favour than you are to his distinction and preference of you. But no man, take your finer mind with your very fine person, can deserve you. So you must be contented, should your merit be underrated. Since that must be so, marry whom you will. Perhaps you will think I indulge these sort of reflections against your narcissuses of men, to keep my mother's choice for me of Hickman in countenance with myself. I don't know but there is something in it, at least enough to have given birth to the reflection. I think there can be no objection to your going to London. There, as in the centre, you will be in the way of hearing from everybody, and sending to anybody, and then you will put all his sincerity to the test, as to his promised absence, and such like. But indeed, my dear, I think you have nothing for it but marriage. You may try, that you may say you have tried, what your relations can be brought to, but the moment they refuse your proposals, submit to the yoke, and make the best of it. He will be a savage indeed, if he makes you speak out. Yet it is my opinion that you must bend a little, for he cannot bear to be thought slightly of. This was one of his speeches once, I believe designed for me. A woman who means one day to favour her lover with her hand, should show the world, for her own sake, that she distinguishes him from the common herd. Shall I give you another very fine sentence of his, and in the true libertine style, as he spoke it, throwing out his challenging hand? Blank him if he would marry the first princess on earth, if he but thought she balanced a minute of her choice of him, or of an emperor. All the world, in short, expect you to have this man. They think that you left your father's house for this very purpose. The longer the ceremony is delayed, the worse appearance it will have in the world's eye, and it will not be the fault of some of your relations, if a slur be not thrown upon your reputation while you continue unmarried. Your uncle Antony, in particular, speaks rough and vile things, grounded upon the morals of his brother Orson. But hitherto your admirable character has antidoted the poison. The detractor is despised, and everyone's indignation raised against him. I have written through many interruptions, and you will see the first sheet creased and rumpled, occasioned by putting it under my bosom on my mother's sudden coming upon me. We have had one very pretty debate, I will assure you, but it is not worth while to trouble you with the particulars. But upon my word, no matter though. Your Hannah cannot attend you. The poor girl left her place about a fortnight ago, on account of the rheumatic disorder, which has confined her to her room ever since. She burst into tears when Kitty carried to her your desire of having her with you, and called herself doubly unhappy that she could not wait upon a mistress whom she so dearly loved. Had my mother answered my wishes, I should have been sorry Mr. Lovelace had been the first proposer of my Kitty for your attendant, till Hannah should come. To be altogether among strangers, and a stranger to attend you every time you remove, is a very disagreeable thing. But your considerateness and bounty will make you faithful ones wherever you go. You must take your own way, but if you suffer any inconvenience, either as to clothes or money, that it is in my power to remedy, I will never forgive you. My mother, if that is your objection, need not know anything of the matter. We all have our defects. We have often regretted the particular fault, which, though in venerable characters, we must have been blind not to see. I remember that you once said to me, and the caution was good, "Let us, my Nancy," were your words, "let us, who have not the same failings as those we censure, guard against other and greater in ourselves." Nevertheless, I must needs tell you that my mother has vexed me a little very lately, by some instances of her jealous narrowness. I will mention one of them, though I did not intend it. She wanted to borrow 30 guineas of me, only while she got a note changed. I said I could lend her but 8 or 10. 8 or 10 would not do. She thought I was much richer. I could have told her I was much cunninger than to let her know my stock, which, on a review, I find 95 guineas, and all of them most heartily at your service. I believe your uncle Tony put her upon this wise project, for she was out of cash in an hour after he left her. If he did, you will judge that they intend to distress you. If it will provoke you to demand your own in a legal way, I wish they would, since their putting you upon that course will justify the necessity of your leaving them. And as it is not for your credit to own that you were tricked away contrary to your intention, this would afford a reason for your going off, that I should make very good use of. You'll see that I approve of Lovelace's advice upon this subject. I am not willing to allow the weight of your answer to him on that head, which perhaps ought to be allowed it. [Footnote: See Letter 31 of this volume.] End of footnote. You must be the less surprised at the inventions of this man, because of his uncommon talents. Whatever he had turned his head to, he would have excelled in, or been, or done things extraordinary. He is said to be revengeful, a very bad quality. I believe, indeed, he is a devil in everything but his foot. This, therefore, is my repeated advice. Provoke him not too much against yourself, but unchain him, and let him loose upon your sister Betty and your brother Joseph Leman. This is resenting low, but I know to whom I write, or else I would go a good deal higher, I'll assure you. Your next, I suppose, will be from London. Pray direct it, and your future letters, till further notice, to Mr. Hickman at his own house. He is entirely devoted to you. Don't take so heavily my mother's partiality and prejudices. I hope I am past a baby. Heaven preserve you, and make you as happy as I think you deserve to be, prays your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 36.
Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 37. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday morning, April 19th. I am glad, my dear friend, that you approve of my removal to London. The disagreement between your mother and you gives me inexpressible affliction. I think you both more unhappy than you are. But I beseech you, let me know the particulars of the debate you call a very pretty one. I am well acquainted with your dialect. When I am informed of the whole, let your mother have been ever so severe upon me, I shall be easier a great deal. Faulty people should rather deplore the occasion they have given for anger than resent it. If I am obliged to anybody in England for money, it shall be to you. Your mother need not know of your kindness to me, you say, but she must know it, if it be done, and if she challenge my beloved friend upon it. For would you either falsify or prevaricate? I wish your mother could be made easy on this head. Forgive me, my dear, but I know, yet once she had a better opinion of me. O my inconsiderate rashness! Excuse me once more, I pray you. Pride, when it is native, will show itself sometimes in the midst of mortifications. But my stomach is down already. I am unhappy that I cannot have my worthy Hannah. I am sorry for the poor creature's illness as for my own disappointment by it. Come, my dear Miss Howe, since you press me to be beholden to you, and would think me proud if I absolutely refused your favour, pray be so good as to send her 2 guineas in my name. If I have nothing for it, as you say, but matrimony, it yields little comfort that his relations do not despise the fugitive, as persons of their rank and quality pride might be supposed to do, for having been a fugitive. But O my cruel, thrice cruel uncle! To suppose, but my heart checks my pen, and will not let it proceed, on an intimation so extremely shocking as that which he supposes. Yet, if thus they have been persuaded, no wonder if they are irreconcilable. This is all my hard-hearted brother's doings, his surmisings. God forgive him, prays his injured sister. End of Letter 37. Letter 38 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 38. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, April 20th. Mr. Lovelace's servant is already returned with an answer from his friend, Mr. Dolman, who has taken pains in his inquiries, and is very particular. Mr. Lovelace brought me the letter as soon as he had read it, and as he now knows that I acquaint you with everything that he offers, I desired him to let me send it to you for your perusal. Be pleased to return it by the first opportunity. You will see by it that his friends in town have a notion that we are actually married. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Tuesday night, April 18th. Dear Sir, I am extremely rejoiced to hear that we shall so soon have you in town after so long an absence. You will be the more welcome still, if what report says be true, which is, that you are actually married to the fair lady upon whom we have heard you make such encomiums. Mrs. Dolman and my sister both wish you joy if you are, and joy upon your near prospect if you are not. I have been in town for this week past to get help if I could from my paralytic complaints, and am in a course for them, which, nevertheless, did not prevent me from making the desired inquiries. This is the result. You may have a first floor well furnished at a mercer's in Belford Street, Covent Garden, with conveniencies for servants, and these either by the quarter or month, the terms according to the conveniences required. Mrs. Dolman has seen lodgings in Norfolk Street and others in Cecil Street. But though the prospects to the Thames and Surrey Hills look inviting from both these streets, yet I suppose they are too near the city. The owner of those in Norfolk Street would have half the house go together. It would be too much for your description, therefore. And I suppose that when you think fit to declare your marriage, you will hardly be in lodgings. Those in Cecil Street are neat and convenient. The owner is a widow of a good character, and she insists that you take them for a 12-month certain. You may have good accommodations in Dover Street at a widow's, the relict of an officer in the Guards, who, dying soon after he had purchased his commission, to which he had a good title by service, and which cost him most part of what he had, she was obliged to let lodgings. This may possibly be an objection, but she is very careful, she says, that she takes no lodgers but of figure and reputation. She rents 2 good houses, distant from each other, only joined by a large handsome passage. The inner house is the genteelest, and very elegantly furnished, but you may have the use of a very handsome parlour in the outer house, if you choose to look into the street. A little garden belongs to the inner house, in which the old gentlewoman has displayed a true female fancy, having crammed it with vases, flower-pots, and figures, without number. As these lodgings seem to me the most likely to please you, I was more particular in my inquiries about them. The apartments she has to let are in the inner house. They are a dining-room, 2 neat parlours, a withdrawing-room, 2 or 3 handsome bedchambers, one with a pretty light-closet in it, which looks into the little garden, all furnished in taste. A dignified clergyman, his wife, and maiden daughter were the last who lived in them. They have but lately quitted them, on his being presented to a considerable church preferment in Ireland. The gentlewoman says that he took the lodgings but for 3 months certain, but liked them and her usage so well that he continued in them 2 years, and left them with regret, though on so good an account. She bragged that this was the way of all the lodgers she ever had, who stayed with her 4 times as long as they at first intended. I had some knowledge of the colonel, who was always looked upon as a man of honour. His relict I never saw before. I think she has a masculine air, and is a little forbidding at first. But when I saw her behaviour to 2 agreeable gentlewomen, her husband's nieces, whom for that reason she calls doubly hers, and heard their praises of her, I could impute her very bulk to good humour, since we seldom see your sour, peevish people plump. She lives reputably, and is, as I find, aforehand in the world. If these or any other of the lodgings I have mentioned be not altogether to your lady's mind, she may continue in them the less while, and choose others for herself. The widow consents that you shall take them for a month only, and what of them you please. The terms, she says, she will not fall out upon, when she knows what your lady expects, and what her servants are to do, or yours will undertake. For she observed that servants are generally worse to deal with than their masters or mistresses. The lady may board or not, as she pleases. As we suppose you were married, but that you have reason, from family differences, to keep it private for the present, I thought it not amiss to hint as much to the widow, but as uncertainty, however, and asked her if she could, in that case, accommodate you and your servants, as well as the lady and hers. She said she could, and wished by all means it were to be so, since the circumstance of a person's being single, it not as well recommended as this lady, was one of the usual exceptions. If none of these lodgings please, you need not doubt very handsome ones in or near Hanover Square, Soho Square, Golden Square, or in some of the new streets about Grosvenor Square. And Mrs. Dolman, her sister, and myself, most cordially join to offer to your good lady the best accommodations we can make for her at Uxbridge, and also for you, if you are the happy man we wish you to be, till she fits herself more to her mind. Let me add, that the lodgings at the mercer's, those in Cecil Street, those at the widow's in Dover Street, any of them may be entered upon at a day's warning. I am, my dear Sir, your sincere and affectionate friend and servant, Thomas Dolman. You will easily guess, my dear, when you have read the letter, which lodgings I made choice of. But first, to try him, as in so material a point I thought I could not be too circumspect, I seem to prefer those in Norfolk Street, for the very reason the writer gives why he thought I would not; that is to say, for its neighbourhood to a city so well governed as London is said to be. Nor should I have disliked a lodging in the heart of it, having heard but indifferent accounts of the liberties sometimes taken at the other end of town. Then, seeming to incline to the lodgings in Cecil Street, then to the mercer's. But he made no visible preference, and when I asked his opinion of the widow gentlewoman's, he said he thought those the most to my taste and convenience, but as he hoped that I would think lodgings necessary but for a very little while, he knew not which to give his vote for. I then fixed upon the widow's, and he has written accordingly to Mr. Dolman, making my compliments to his lady and sister for their kind offer. I am to have the dining room, the bedchamber with the light closet, of which, if I stay any time at the widow's, I shall make great use, and a servant's room. And we propose to set out on Saturday morning. As for a maidservant, poor Hannah's illness is a great disappointment to me. But, as he observes, I can make the widow's satisfaction for one of hers till I can get a servant to my mind. And you know I want not much attendance. Mr. Lovelace has just now, of his own accord, given me 5 guineas for poor Hannah. I send them enclosed. Be so good as to cause them to be conveyed to her, and to let her know from whom they came. He has obliged me much by this little mark of his considerateness. Indeed, I have the better opinion of him ever since he proposed her return to me. I have just now another instance of his considerateness. He came to me and said that, on second thoughts, he could not bear that I should go up to town without some attendant, were it but for the look of the thing to the London widow and her nieces, who, according to his friend's account, lived so genteelly, and especially as I required him to leave me so soon after I arrived there, and so would be left alone among strangers. He therefore sought that I might engage Mrs. Sorlings to lend me one of her 2 maids, or let one of her daughters go up with me and stay till I were provided. And if the latter, the young gentlewoman, no doubt, would be glad of so good an opportunity to see the curiosities of the town, and would be a proper attendant on the same occasions. I told him, as I had done before, that the 2 young gentlewomen were so equally useful in their way, and servants in a busy farm were so little to be spared, that I should be loath to take them off their laudable employments. Nor should I think much of diversions for one while, and so the less want an attendant out of doors. And now, my dear, lest anything should happen, in so variable a situation as mine, to overcloud my prospects, which at present are more promising than ever yet they have been, since I quitted Harlowe Place, I will snatch the opportunity to subscribe myself your not unhoping and ever obliged friend and servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 38.
Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 39. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday, April 20th. Thou knowest the widow, thou knowest her nieces, thou knowest the lodgings, and didst thou ever read a letter more artfully couched than this of Tom Dolman? Every possible objection anticipated, every accident provided against, every tittle of it plot-proof. Who could forbear smiling to see my charmer, like a farcical dean and chapter, choose what was before chosen for her, and sagaciously, as they go in form to prayers, that heaven would direct their choice, pondering upon the different proposals, as if she would make me believe she had a mind for some other. The dear sly rogue looking upon me too, with a view to discover some emotion in me. Emotions I had, but I can tell her that they lay deeper than her eye could reach, though it had been a sunbeam. No confidence in me, fair one, none at all. 'Tis plain. Thou wilt not, if I were inclined to change my views, encourage me by a generous reliance on my honour. And shall it be said that I, a master of arts in love, shall be overmatched by so unpractised a novice? But to see the charmer so far satisfied with my contrivance as to borrow my friend's letter in order to satisfy Miss Howe likewise. Silly little rogues, to walk out into by-paths on the strength of their own judgment, when nothing but experience can enable them to disappoint us, and teach them grandmother wisdom. When they have it indeed, then may they sit down, like so many Cassandras, and preach caution to others, who will as little mind them as they did their instructress, whenever a fine, handsome, confident young fellow, such a one as thou knowest who, comes across them. But, Belford, didst thou not mind that sly rogue Dolesman naming Dover Street for the widow's place of abode? What dost thou think could be meant by that? 'Tis impossible thou shouldest guess, so, not to puzzle thee about it, suppose the widow Sinclair's in Dover Street should be inquired after by some officious person, in order to come at characters. Miss Howe is as sly as the devil, and as busy to the full, and neither such a name nor such a house can be found in that street, nor a house to answer that description. Then will not the keenest hunter in England be at a fault? But how wilt thou do, methinks thou askest, to hinder the lady from resenting the fallacy and mistrusting thee the more on that account, when she finds it out to be on another street? Phew! Never mind that. Either I shall have a way for it, or we shall thoroughly understand one another by that time. Or if we don't, she'll know enough of me not to wonder at such peccadilla. But how wilt thou hinder the lady from apprizing her friend of the real name? She must first know it herself, monkey, must she not? Well, but how wilt thou do to hinder her from knowing the street, and her friend from directing letters thither, which will be the same thing as if the name were known? Let me alone for that too. If thou further objectest, that Tom Dolman is too great a dunce to write such a letter in answer to mine, canst thou not imagine that, in order to save honest Tom all this trouble, I, who know the town so well, could send him a copy of what he should write, and leave him nothing to do but transcribe? What now sayest thou to me, Belford? I suppose I had designed this task of inquiry for thee, and suppose the lady expected against thee for no other reason in the world but because of my value for thee. What sayest thou to the lady, Jack? This it is to have leisure upon my hands. What a matchless plotter thy friend! Stand by, and let me swell. I am already as big as an elephant, and 10 times wiser. Mightier too, by far. Have I not reason to snuff the moon with my proboscis? Lord help thee for a very poor creature. Wonder not that I despise thee heartily, since the man who is disposed immoderately to exalt himself cannot do it but by despising everybody else in proportion. I shall make good use of the Dolomanic hint of being married. But I will not tell thee all at once. Nor, indeed, have I thoroughly digested that part of my plot. When a general must regulate himself by the motions of a watchful adversary, how can he say beforehand what he will or what he will not do? Widow Sinclair, didst thou not say, Lovelace? Ay, Sinclair, Jack. Remember the name, Sinclair, I repeat. She has no other, and her features being broad and full-blown, I will suppose her to be of Highland extraction, as her husband, the colonel, mind that too, was a Scot, as brave as honest. I never forget the minutiae of my contrivances. In all matters that admit of doubt, the minutiae closely attended to and provided for are of more service than 1,000 oaths, vows, and protestations made to supply the neglect of them, especially when jealousy has made its way in the working mind. Thou wouldst wonder if thou knewest one half of my providences. To give thee but one, I have already been so good as to send up a list of books to be procured for the lady's closet, mostly at second hand, and thou knowest that the women there are all well read. But I will not anticipate. Besides, it looks as if I were afraid of leaving anything to my old friend Chance, which has many a time been an excellent second to me, and ought not be affronted or despised, especially by one who has the art of making unpromising incidents turn out in his favour. End of Letter 39.
Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Wednesday, April 19th. I have a piece of intelligence to give you, which concerns you much to know. Your brother, having been assured that you are not married, has taken a resolution to find you out, waylay you, and carry you off. A friend of his, a captain of a ship, undertakes to get you on shipboard, and to sail away with you, either to Hull or LIII, in the way to one of your brother's houses. They are very wicked, for in spite of your virtue they conclude you to be ruined. But if they can be assured, when they have you, that you are not, they will secure you till they can bring you out Mrs. Solmes. Meantime, in order to give Mr. Lovelace full employment, they talk of a prosecution which will be set up against him, for some crime they have got a notion of, which they think, if it do not cost him his life, will make him fly his country. This is very early news. Miss Bell told it in confidence, and with mighty triumph over Lovelace, to Miss Lloyd, who is at present her favourite, though as much your admirer as ever. Miss Lloyd, being very apprehensive of the mischief which might follow such an attempt, told it to me, with leave to apprise you privately of it. And yet neither she nor I would be sorry, perhaps, if Lovelace were to be fairly hanged, that is to say, if you, my dear, had no objection to it. But we cannot bear that such an admirable creature should be made the tennis-ball of two violent spirits, much less that you should be seized and exposed to the brutal treatment of wretches who have no bowels. If you can engage Mr. Lovelace to keep his temper upon it, I think you should acquaint him with it, but not to mention Miss Lloyd. Perhaps his wicked agent may come at the intelligence, and reveal it to him. But leave it to your own discretions to do as you think fit in it. All my concern is, that this daring and foolish project, if carried on, will be a mean of throwing you more into his power than ever. But it will convince you that there can be no hope of a reconciliation. I wish you were actually married, let the cause for prosecution hinted at be what it will, short of murder or a rape. Your Hannah was very thankful for your kind present. She heaped 1,000 blessings upon you for it. She has Mr. Lovelace's too by this time. I am pleased with Mr. Hickman, I can tell you, for he has sent her 2 guineas by the person who carries Mr. Lovelace's 5, as from an unknown hand. Nor am I or you to know it, but he does a great many things of this sort, and is as silent as the night in his charities, for nobody knows of them till the gratitude of the benefited will not let them be concealed. He is now and then my almoner, and I believe always adds to my little benefactions. But his time is not come to be praised to his face for these things, nor does he seem to want that encouragement. The man certainly has a good mind, nor can we expect in one man every good quality. But he is really a silly fellow, my dear, to trouble his head about me, when he sees how much I despise his whole sex, and must of course make a common man look like a fool, were he not to make himself look like one, by wishing to pitch his tent so oddly. Our likings and dislikings, as I have often thought, are seldom governed by prudence, or with a view to happiness. The eye, my dear, the wicked eye, has such a strict alliance with the heart, and both have such enmity to the judgment. What an unequal union, the mind and body! All the senses, like the family at Harlowe Place, in a confederacy against that which would animate and give honour to the whole, were it allowed its proper precedence. Permit me, I beseech you, before you go to London, to send you 48 guineas. I mention that sum to oblige you, because, by accepting back the 2 to Hannah, I will hold you indebted to me 50. Surely this will induce you. You know that I cannot want the money. I told you that I had near double that sum, and that the half of it is more than my mother knows I am mistress of. You are afraid that my mother will question me on this subject, and then you think I must own the truth. But little as I love equivocation, and little as you would allow of it in your Anna Howe, it is hard if I cannot, were I to be put to it ever so closely, find something to say that would bring me off as you have. What can you do at such a place as London? You don't know what occasion you may have for messengers, intelligence, and such like. If you don't oblige me, I shall not think your stomach so much down as you say it is, and as in this one particular I think it ought to be. As to the state of things between my mother and me, you know enough of her temper not to need to be told that she never espouses or resents with indifference. Yet she will not remember that I am her daughter. No, truly, I am all my papa's girl. She was very sensible, surely, of the violence of my poor father's temper, that she can so long remember that, when acts of tenderness and affection seem quite forgotten. Some daughters would be tempted to think that control sat very heavy upon a mother who can endeavour to exert the power she has over a child, and regret, for years after death, that she had not the same over a husband. If this manner of expression becomes not me of my mother, the fault will be somewhat extenuated by the love I always bore to my father, and by the reverence I shall ever pay to his memory, for he was a fond father, and perhaps would have been as tender a husband, had not my mother and he been too much of a temper to agree. The misfortune was, in short, that when one was out of humour, the other would be so too, yet neither of their tempers comparatively bad. Notwithstanding all which, I did not imagine, girl as I was in my father's lifetime, that my mother's part of the yoke sat so heavy upon her neck as she gives me room to think it did, whenever she is pleased to disclaim her part of me. Both parents, as I have often thought, should be very careful, if they would secure to themselves the undivided love of their children, that, of all things, they should avoid such durable contentions with each other, as should distress their children in choosing their party, when they would be glad to reverence both as they ought. But here is the thing. There is not a better manager of affairs in the sex than my mother, and I believe a notable wife is more impatient of control than an indolent one. An indolent one, perhaps, thinks she has something to compound for, while women of the other character, I suppose, know too well their own significance to think highly of that of anybody else. All must be their own way. In one word, because they are useful, they will be more than useful. I do assure you, my dear, were I a man, and a man who loved my quiet, I would not have one of these managing wives on any consideration. I would make it a matter of serious inquiry beforehand, whether my mistress's qualifications, if I heard she was notable, were masculine or feminine ones, if indeed I were an indolent supine mortal, who might be in danger of perhaps choosing to marry for the qualifications of a steward. But setting my mother out of the question, because she is my mother, have I not seen how Lady Hartley pranks herself above all her sex, because she knows how to manage affairs that do not belong to her sex to manage? Affairs that do no credit to her as a woman to understand, practically I mean, for the theory of them may not be amiss to be known. Indeed, my dear, I do not think a man-woman a pretty character at all, and, as I said, were I a man, I would sooner choose a dove, though it were fit for nothing but, as the play says, to go tame about the house, and breed, than a wife that is setting at work, my insignificant self present perhaps, every busy hour my never-resting servants, those of the stud not excepted, and who, with a besom in her hand, as I may say, would be continually filling me with apprehensions that she wanted to sweep me out of my own house as useless lumber. Were indeed the mistress of a family, like the wonderful young lady I so much and so justly admire, to know how to confine herself with her own respectable rounds of the needle, the pen, the housekeeper's bills, the dairy for her amusement, to see the poor fed from superfluities that would otherwise be wasted, and exert herself in all the really useful branches of domestic management, then would she move in her proper sphere, then would she render herself amiably useful, and respectably necessary, then would she become the mistress wheel of the family. Whatever you think of your Anna Howe, I would not have her be the master wheel. And everybody would love her, as everybody did you, before your insolent brother came back, flushed with his unmerited acquirements, and turned all things topsy-turvy. If you will be informed of the particulars of our contention, after you have known in general that your unhappy affair was the subject, why then, I think I must tell you. Yet how shall I? I feel my cheek glow with mingled shame and indignation. Know then, my dear, that I have been, as I may say, that I might have been beaten. Indeed, 'tis true. My mother thought fit to slap my hands to get from me a sheet of a letter she caught me writing to you, which I tore because she should not read it, and burnt it before her face. I know this will trouble you, so spare yourself the pains to tell me it does. Mr. Hickman came in presently after. I would not see him. I am either too much a woman to be beat, or too much a child to have a humble servant. So I told my mother. What can one oppose but sullens, when it would be unpardonable so much as to think of lifting up a finger? In the Harlowe style, she will be obeyed, she says, and even Mr. Hickman shall be forbid the house, if he contributes to the carrying on of a correspondence, which she will not suffer to be continued. Poor man! He stands a whimsical chance between us. But he knows he is sure of my mother, but not of me. 'Tis easy then for him to choose his party, were it not his inclination to serve you, as it surely is. And this makes him a merit with me, which otherwise he would not have had, notwithstanding the good qualities which I have just now acknowledged in his favour. For, my dear, let my faults in other respects be what they may, I will pretend to say that I have in my own mind those qualities which I praise for him. And if we are to come together, I could for that reason better dispense with them in him. So, if a husband who has a bountiful tempered wife is not a niggard, nor seeks to restrain her, but has an opinion of all she does, that is enough for him. As, on the contrary, if a bountiful tempered husband has a frugal wife, it is best for both. For one to give, and the other to give, except they have prudence, and are at so good an understanding with each other as to compare notes, they may perhaps put it out of their power to be just. Good frugal doctrine, my dear! But this way of putting it is middling the matter between what I have learnt of my mother's over-prudent and your enlarged notions. But from doctrine to fact. I shut myself up all that day, and what little I did eat alone. But at night she sent up Kitty with a command upon my obedience to attend her at supper. I went down, but most gloriously in the sullens. Yes and no were great words with me, to everything she asked, for a good while. That behaviour, she told me, would not do for her. Beating should not do for me, I said. My bold resistance, she told me, had provoked her to slap my hand, and she was sorry to have been so provoked, but again insisted that I should either give up my correspondence absolutely, or let her see all that passed in it. I must not do either, I told her. It was unsuitable both to my inclination and to my honour, at the instigation of base minds, to give up a friend in distress. She rung all the maternal changes upon the words duty, obedience, filial obligation, and so forth. I told her that a duty too rigorously and unreasonably exacted had been your ruin, if you were ruined. If I were of an age to be married, I hope she would think me capable of making, or at least of keeping, my own friendships, such as one especially as this, with a woman too, and one whose friendship she herself, to this distressful point of time, had thought the most useful and edifying that I had ever contracted. The greater the merit, the worse the action; the finer the talents, the more dangerous the example. There were other duties, I said, besides the filial one, and I hoped I need not give up a suffering friend, especially at the instigation of those by whom she suffered. I told her that it was very hard to annex such a condition as that to my duty, when I was persuaded that both duties might be performed without derogating from either, that an unreasonable command (she must excuse me, I must say it, though I were slapped again) was a degree of tyranny, and I could not have expected that at these years I should be allowed now, no choice of my own, where a woman only was concerned, and the devilish sex not in the question. What turned most in favour of her argument was, that I desired to be excused from letting her read all that passes between us. She insisted much upon this, and since, she said, you were in the hands of the most intriguing man of the world, and a man who had made a jest of her favourite Hickman, as she had been told, she knows not what consequence, unthought of by you or me, may flow from such a correspondence. So you see, my dear, that I fare the worse on Mr. Hickman's account. My mother might see all that passes between us, did I not know that it would cramp your spirit, and restrain the freedom of your pen, as it would also the freedom of mine. And were she not moreover so firmly attached to the contrary side, that inferences, consequences, strange deductions, censures, and constructions the most partial, would for ever to be hailed in to tease me, and would perpetually subject us to the necessity of debating and canvassing. Besides, I don't choose that she should know how much this artful wretch has outwitted, as I may call it, a person so much his superior in all the nobler qualities of the human mind. The generosity of your heart, and the greatness of your soul, full well I know, but do offer to dissuade me from this correspondence. Mr. Hickman, immediately on the contention above, offered his service, and I accepted of it, as you will see by my last. He thinks, though he has all honour for my mother, that she is unkind to us both. He was pleased to tell me, with an air, as I thought, that he not only approved of our correspondence, but admired the steadiness of my friendship, and having no opinion of your man, but a great one of me, thinks that my advice or intelligence from time to time may be of use to you, and on this presumption said, that it would be 1,000 pities that you should suffer for want of either. Mr. Hickman pleased me in the main of his speech, and it is well the general tenor of it was agreeable, otherwise I can tell him, I should have reckoned with him for his word approve, for it is a style I have not yet permitted him to talk to me in. And you see, my dear, what these men are. No sooner do they find that you have favoured them with the power of doing you an agreeable service, but they take upon them to approve, forsooth, of your actions, but which is implied a right to disapprove, if they think fit. I have told my mother how much you wish to be reconciled to your relations, and how independent you are upon Lovelace. Mark the end of the latter assertion, she says. And as to reconciliation, she knows that nothing will do, and will have it that nothing ought to do, but your returning back without presuming to condition with them. And this, if you do, she says, will best show your independence on Lovelace. You see, my dear, what your duty is, in my mother's opinion. I suppose your next, directed to Mr. Hickman, at his own house, will be from London. Heaven preserve you in honour and safety, is my prayer. What you do for change of clothes, I cannot imagine. It is amazing to me what your relations can mean by distressing you, as they seem resolved to do. I see they will throw you into his arms, whether you will or not. I send this by Robert, for dispatch sake, and can only repeat the hitherto rejected offer of my best services. Adieu, my dearest friend. Believe me ever your affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday, April 20th. I should think myself utterly unworthy of your friendship, did my own concerns, heavy as they are, so engross me, that I could not find leisure for a few lines to declare to my beloved friend my sincere disapprobation of her conduct, in an instance where she is so generously faulty, that the consciousness of that very generosity may hide from her the fault, which I, more than any other, have reason to deplore, as being the unhappy occasion of it. You know, you say, that your account of the contentions between your mother and you will trouble me, and so you bid me spare myself the pains to tell you that they do. You did not use, my dear, to forbid me thus beforehand. You were wont to say, you loved me the better for my expostulations with you on that acknowledged warmth and quickness of your temper, which your own good sense taught you to be apprehensive of. What though I have so miserably fallen, and am unhappy, if ever I had any judgment worth regarding, it is now as much worth as ever, because I can give it as freely against myself as against anybody else. And shall I not, when there seems to be an infection in my fault, and that it leads you likewise to resolve to carry on a correspondence against prohibition, expostulate with you upon it, when whatever consequences flow from your disobedience, they but widen my error, which is as the evil root from which such sad branches spring. The mind that can glory in being capable of so noble, so firm, so unshaken friendship as that of my dear Miss Howe, a friendship which no casualty or distress can lessen, but which increases with the misfortunes of its friend, such a mind must be above taking amiss the well-meant admonitions of that distinguished friend. I will not, therefore, apologize for my freedom on this subject, and the less need I, when that freedom is the result of an affection, in the very instance so absolutely disinterested, that it tends to deprive myself of the only comfort left me. Your acknowledged sullens, your tearing from your mother's hands the letter she thought she had a right to see, and burning it, as you own, before her face, your refusal to see the man who is so willing to obey you for the sake of your unhappy friend, and this purely to vex your mother, can you think, my dear, upon this brief recapitulation of hardly one half of the faulty particulars you give, that these faults are excusable in one who so well knows her duty? Your mother had a good opinion of me once. Is not that a reason why she should be more regarded now, when I have, as she believes, so deservedly forfeited it? A prejudice in favour is as hard to be totally overcome as a prejudice in disfavour. In what a strong light, then, must that error appear to her, that should so totally turn her heart against me, herself not a principal in the case. There are other duties, you say, besides the filial duty. But that, my dear, must be a duty prior to all other duties, a duty anterior, as I may say, to your very birth. And what duty ought not to give way to that, when they come in competition. You are persuaded that the duty to your friend and the filial duty may be performed without derogating from either. Your mother thinks otherwise. What is the conclusion to be drawn from these premises? When your mother sees how much I suffer in my reputation from the step I have taken, from whom she and all the world expected better things, how much reason has she to be watchful over you? One evil draws on another after it, and how knows she or anybody where it may stop? Does not the person who will vindicate or seek to extenuate a faulty step in another, in this light must your mother look upon the matter in question between her and you, give an indication either of a culpable will or a weak judgment? And may not she apprehend that the censorious will think that such a one might probably have equally failed under the same inducements and provocations, to use your own words, as applied to me in a former letter? Can there be a stronger instance in human lie than mine has so early furnished within a few months past, not to mention the uncommon provocations to it which I have met with, of the necessity of the continuance of a watchful parent's care over a daughter, let that daughter have obtained ever so great a reputation for her prudence? Is not the space from 16 to 21 that which requires this care more than at any time of a young woman's life? For in that period do we not generally attract the eyes of the other sex, and become the subject of their addresses, and not seldom of their attempts? And is not that the period in which our conduct or misconduct gives us a reputation or disreputation that almost inseparably accompanies us throughout our whole future lives? Are we not likewise, then, most in danger from ourselves, because of the distinction with which we are apt to behold particulars of that sex? And when our dangers multiply, both from within and without, do not our parents know that their vigilance ought to be doubled? And shall that necessary increase of care sit uneasy upon us, because we are grown up to stature and womanhood? Will you tell me, if so, what is the precise stature and age at which a good child shall conclude herself absolved from the duty she owes to a parent, and at which a parent, after the example of the dams of the brute creation, is to lay aside all care and tenderness for her offspring? Is it so hard for you, my dear, to be treated like a child? And can you not think it is hard for a good parent to imagine herself under the unhappy necessity of so treating her woman-grown daughter? Do you think, if your mother had been you, and you your mother, and your daughter had struggled with you as you did with her, that you would not have been as apt as your mother was to have slapped your daughter's hands, to have made her quit her hold, and give up the prohibited letter? Your mother told you with great truth that you provoked her to this harshness, and it was a great condescension in her, and not taken notice of by you as it deserved, to say that she was sorry for it. At every age on this side matrimony, for then we come under another sort of protection, though that is far from abrogating the filial duty, it will be found that the wings of our parents are our most necessary and most effectual safeguard from the vultures, the hawks, the kites, and other villainous birds of prey that hover over us with a view to seize and destroy us the first time we are caught wandering out of the eye or care of our watchful and natural guardians and protectors. Hard as you may suppose it, to be denied to continuance of a correspondence once so much approved, even by the venerable denier, yet if your mother think my fault to be of such a nature as that a correspondence with me will cast a shade upon your reputation, all my own friends having given me up, that hardship is to be submitted to. And must it not make her the more strenuous to support her own opinion, when she sees the first fruits of this tenaciousness on your side is to be gloriously in the sullens, as you call it, and in a disobedient opposition? I know that you have a humorous meaning in that expression, and that this turn, in most cases, gives a delightful poignancy both to your conversation and correspondence. But indeed, my dear, this case will not bear humour. Will you give me leave to add to this tedious expostulation, that I by no means approve of some of the things you write, in relation to the manner in which your father and mother lived, at times lived, only at times, I dare say, though perhaps too often. Your mother is answerable to any body rather than to her child for whatever was wrong in her conduct, if anything was wrong, towards Mr. Howe, a gentleman of whose memory I will only say that it ought to be revered by you. But yet, should you not examine yourself, whether your displeasure at your mother had no part in your revived reverence for your father at the time you wrote? No one is perfect, and although your mother may not be right to remember disagreeableness against the departed, yet should you not want to be reminded on whose account and on what occasion she remembered them. You cannot judge, nor ought you to attempt to judge, of what might have passed between both, to embitter and keep awake disagreeable remembrances in the survivor. End of Letter 41. Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. But this subject must not be pursued. Another might, with more pleasure, though not with more approbation, upon one of your lively excursions. It is upon the high airs you give yourself, upon the word approve. How comes it about, I wonder, that a young lady so noted for predominating generosity should not be uniformly generous? That your generosity should fail in an instance where policy, prudence, gratitude would not permit it to fail? Mr. Hickman, as you confess, had indeed a worthy mind. If I had not long ago known that, he would never have found an advocate in me for my Anna Howe's favour to him. Often and often have I been concerned, when I was your happy guest, to see him, after a conversation, in which he had well supported his part in your absence, sink at once into silence the moment you came into company. I have told you of this before, and I believe I hinted to you once that the superciliousness you put on only to him was capable of a construction which at the time would have very little gratified your pride to have had made, since it would have been as much in his favour as in your disfavour. Mr. Hickman, my dear, is a modest man. I never see a modest man, but I am sure, if he has not wanted opportunities, that he has a treasure in his mind, which requires nothing but the key of encouragement to unlock it, to make him shine; while a confident man, who, to be confident, must think as meanly of his company as highly of himself, enters with magisterial airs upon any subject, and, depending upon his assurance to bring himself off when found out, talks of more than he is master of. But a modest man, O my dear, shall not a modest woman distinguish and wish to consort with a modest man? A man before whom and to whom she may open her lips, secure of his good opinion of all she says, and of his just and polite regard for her judgment, and who must therefore inspire her with an agreeable self-confidence. What a lot have I drawn! We are all indeed apt to turn teachers. But surely I am better enabled to talk, to write upon these subjects than ever I was. But I will banish myself, if possible, from an address which, when I began to write, I was determined to confine wholly to your own particular. My dearest, dearest friend, how ready are you to tell us what others should do, and even what a mother should have done! But indeed you once, I remember, advanced that, as different attainments required different talents to master them, so, in the writing way, a person might not be a bad critic upon works of others, although he might himself be unable to write with excellence. But will you permit me to account for all this readiness of finding fault by placing it to human nature, which, being sensible of the defects of human nature, that is to say, of its own defects, loves to be correcting, but in exercising that talent, chooses rather to turn its eye outward than inward? In other words, to employ itself rather in the outdoor search than in the indoor examination. And here give me leave to add, and yet it is with tender reluctance, that although you say very pretty things of notable wives, and although I join with you in opinion that husbands may have as many inconveniencies to encounter with as conveniencies to boast of from women of that character, yet Lady Hartley perhaps would have had milder treatment from your pen, had it not been dipped in gall with a mother in your eye. As to the money you so generously and repeatedly offer, don't be angry with me if I again say that I am very desirous that you should be able to aver, without the least qualifying or reserve, that nothing of that sort has passed between us. I know your mother's strong way of putting the question she is intent upon having answered. But yet I promise that I will be obliged to nobody but you when I have occasion. End of Letter 42. Letter 43 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. And now, my dear, a few words as to the prohibition laid upon you. A subject that I have frequently touched upon, but cursorily, because I was afraid to trust myself with it, knowing that my judgment, if I did, would condemn my practice. You command me not to attempt to dissuade you from this correspondence, and you tell me how kindly Mr. Hickman approves of it, and how obliging he is to me to permit it to be carried on under cover to him. But this does not quite satisfy me. I am a very bad casuist, and the pleasure I take in writing to you, who are the only one to whom I can disburden my mind, may make me, as I have hinted, very partial to my own wishes. Else, if it were not an artful evasion beneath an open and frank heart to wish to be complied with, I would be glad, methinks, to be permitted still to write to you, and only to have such occasional returns by Mr. Hickman's pen, as well as cover, as might set me right when I am wrong, confirm me when right, and guide me where I doubt. This would enable me to proceed in the difficult path before me with more assuredness. For whatever I suffer from the censure of others, if I can preserve your good opinion, I shall not be altogether unhappy, let what will befall me. And indeed, my dear, I know not how to forbear writing. I have now no other employment or diversion, and I must write on, although I were not to send it to any body. You have often heard me own the advantages I have found from writing down everything of moment that befalls me, and of all I think, and of all I do, that may be of future use to me. For besides that this helps to form one to a style, and opens and expands the ductile mind, every one will find that many a good thought evaporates in thinking. Many a good resolution goes off, driven out of memory perhaps by some other not so good. But when I set down what I will do, or what I have done, on this or that occasion, the resolution or action is before me either to be adhered to, withdrawn, or amended. And I have entered into compact with myself, as I may say, having given it under my own hand to improve, rather than to go backward, as I live longer. I would willingly, therefore, write to you, if I might, the rather as it would be the more inspiriting to have some end in view in what I write, some friend to please, besides merely seeking to gratify my passion for scribbling. But why, if your mother will permit our correspondence on communicating to her all that passes in it, and if she would condescend to one only condition, may it not be complied with? Would she not, do you think, my dear, be prevailed upon to have the communication made to her in confidence? If there were any prospect of a reconciliation with my friends, I should not have so much regard for my pride, as to be afraid of any body's knowing how much I have been outwitted, as you call it. I would in that case, when I had left Mr. Lovelace, acquaint your mother, and all my own friends, with the whole of my story. It would behove me so to do, for my own reputation, and for their satisfaction. But if I have no such prospect, what will the communication of my reluctance to go away with Mr. Lovelace, and of his arts to frighten me away, avail me? Your mother has hinted that my friends would insist upon my returning home to them, as a proof of the truth of my plea, to be disposed of, without condition, at their pleasure. If I scrupled this, my brother would rather triumph over me than keep my secret. Mr. Lovelace, whose pride already so ill brooks my regrets for meeting him, when he thinks, if I had not, I must have been Mr. Solmes's wife, would perhaps treat me with indignity, and thus, deprived of all refuge and protection, I should become the scoff of men of intrigue, a disgrace to my sex, while that avowed love, however indiscreetly shown, which is followed by marriage, will find more excuses made for it than generally it ought to find. But if your mother will receive the communication in confidence, pray show her all that I have written, or shall write. If my past conduct in that case shall not be found to deserve heavy blame, I shall then perhaps have the benefit of her advice, as well as yours. And if, after a re-establishment in her favour, I shall wilfully deserve blame for the time to come, I will be content to be denied yours, as well as hers, for ever. As to cramping my spirit, as you call it, were I to sit down to write what I know your mother must see, that, my dear, is already cramped. And do not think so unhandsomely of your mother, as to fear that she would make partial constructions against me. Neither you nor I can doubt, but that, had she been left unprepossessedly to herself, she would have shown favour to me. And so, I dare say, would my uncle Antony. Nay, my dear, I can extend charity still farther. For I am sometimes of opinion, that were my brother and sister absolutely certain that they had so far ruined me in the opinion of both my uncles, as that they need not be apprehensive of my clashing with their interests, they would not oppose a pardon, although they might not wish a reconciliation, especially if I would make a few sacrifices to them, which, I assure you, I should be inclined to make were I wholly free and independent on this man. You know I never valued myself upon worldly acquisitions, but as they enlarged my power to do things I loved to do. And if I were denied the power, I must, as I now do, curb my inclination. Do not, however, think me guilty of an affectation in what I have said of my brother and sister. Severe enough I am sure it is, in the most favourable sense. And an indifferent person will be of opinion that they are much better warranted than ever, for the sake of the family honour, to seek to ruin me in the favour of all my friends. But to the former topic. Try, my dear, if your mother will, upon the condition above given, permit our correspondence, on seeing all we write. But if she will not, what a selfishness would there be in my love to you, were I to wish you to forego your duty for my sake. And now, one word as to the freedom I have treated you with in this tedious expostulatory address. I presume upon your forgiveness of it, because few friendships are founded on such a basis as ours, which is, freely to give reproof, and thankfully to receive it as occasions arise, that so either may have opportunity to clear up mistakes, to acknowledge and amend errors, as well in behaviour as in words and deeds, and to rectify and confirm each other in the judgment each shall form upon persons, things, and circumstances, and all this upon the following consideration, that it is much more eligible, as well as honourable, to be corrected with the gentleness that may be expected from an undoubted friend, than, by continuing either blind or wilful, to expose ourselves to the censures of an envious and perhaps malignant world. But it is as needless, I dare say, to remind you of this, as it is to repeat my request, so often repeated, that you will not, in your turn, spare the follies and the faults of your ever affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. Subjoined to the above. I said that I would avoid writing any thing of my own particular affairs in the above address, if I could. I will write one letter more to inform you how I stand with this man. But, my dear, you must permit that one, and your answer to it, for I want your advice upon the contents of mine, and the copy of one I have written to my aunt, to be the last that shall pass between us while the prohibition continues. I very much fear, that my unhappy situation will draw me in to being guilty of evasion, of little affectations, and of curvings from the plain simple truth, which I was wont to delight in, and prefer to every other consideration. But allow me to say, and this for your sake, and in order to lessen your mother's fears of any ill consequences that she might apprehend from our correspondence, that if I am at any time guilty of a failure in these respects, I will not go on in it, but endeavour to recover my lost ground, that I may not bring error into habit. I have deferred going to town, at Mrs. Sorlings's earnest request, but have fixed my removal to Monday, as I shall acquaint you in my next. I have already made a progress in that next, but having an unexpected opportunity, will send this by itself. End of Letter 43.
Letter 44 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 44. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Friday morning, April 21st. My mother will not comply with your condition, my dear. I hinted it to her, as from myself; but the Harlowes, excuse me, have got her entirely in with them. It is a scheme of mine, she told me, formed to draw her into your party against your parents, which, for your own sake, she is very careful about. Don't be so much concerned about my mother and me once more, I beg of you. We shall do well enough together. Now a falling out, now a falling in. It used to be so when you were not in the question. Yet do I give you my sincere thanks for every line of your reprehensive letters, which I intend to read as often as I find my temper rises. I will freely own, however, that I winced a little at first reading them, but I see that, on every re-perusal, I shall love and honour you still more, if possible, than before. Yet I think I have one advantage over you, and which I would hold through this letter, and through all my future letters, that is, that I will treat you as freely as you treat me, and yet will never think an apology necessary to you for my freedom. But that you so think with respect to me is the effect of your gentleness of temper, with a little sketch of implied reflection on the warmth of mine. Gentleness in a woman you hold to be no fault, nor do I a little due or provoked warmth. But what is this but praising on both sides? What that neither of us can help, nor perhaps wish to help. You can no more go out of your road than I can go out of mine. It would be a pain to either to do so. What then is in either's approving of her own natural bias, but making a virtue of necessity? But one observation I will add, that were your character and my character to be truly drawn, mine would be allowed to be the most natural. Shades and lights are equally necessary in a fine picture. Yours would be surrounded with such a flood of brightness, with such a glory, that it would indeed dazzle, but leave one heartless to imitate it. O may you not suffer from a base world for your gentleness, while my temper by its warmth, keeping all imposition at a distance, though less amiable in general, affords me not reason, as I have mentioned heretofore, to wish to make an exchange with you. I should indeed be inexcusable to open my lips by way of contradiction to my mother, had I such a fine spirit as yours to deal with. Truth is truth, my dear. Why should narrowness run away with the praises due to a noble expansion of heart? If everybody would speak out as I do, that is to say, give praise where only praise is due, dispraise where due likewise, shame, if not principle, would mend the world. Nay, shame would introduce principle in a generation or two. Very true, my dear. Do you apply? I dare not, for I fear you almost as much as I love you. I will give you an instance, nevertheless, which will anew demonstrate, that none but very generous and noble-minded people ought to be implicitly obeyed. You know what I said above. The truth is truth. Inconveniences will sometimes arise from having to do with persons of modest and scrupulousness. Mr. Hickman, you say, is a modest man. He put your corrective packet into my hand with a very fine bow, and a self-satisfied air. We'll consider what you say of this honest man by and by, my dear. His strut was no gone off, when in came my mother, as I was reading it. When some folks find their anger has made them considerable, they will be always angry, or seeking occasions for anger. Why now, Mr. Hickman, why now, Nancy, as I was huddling in the packet between my gown and my stays at her entrance, you have a letter brought you this instant, while the modest man, with his pausing brayings, Madame, looked as if he knew not whether to fight it out, or to stand his ground, and see fair play. It would have been poor to tell a lie for it. She flung away. I went out at the opposite door to read the contents, leaving Mr. Hickman to exercise his white teeth upon his thumb-nails. When I had read your letters, I went to find out my mother. I told her the generous contents, and that you desired that the prohibition might be adhered to. I proposed your condition, as for myself, and was rejected as above. She supposed she was finely painted between two young creatures, who had more wit than prudence, and instead of being prevailed upon by the generosity of your sentiments, made use of your opinion only to confirm her own, and renewed her prohibitions, charging me to return no other answer, but that she did renew them, adding that they should stand till your relations were reconciled to you, hinting as if she had engaged for as much, and expected my compliance. I thought of your reprehensions, and was meek, though not pleased. And let me tell you, my dear, that as long as I can justify my own mind, that good is intended, and that it is hardly possible that evil should ensue from our correspondence, as long as I know that this prohibition proceeds originally from the same spiteful minds which have been the occasion of all these mischiefs, as long as I know that it is not your fault if your relations are not reconciled to you, and that upon conditions which no reasonable people would refuse, you must give me leave, with all deference to your judgment, and to your excellent lessons, which would reach almost every case of this kind but the present, to insist upon your writing to me, and that minutely, as if this prohibition had not been laid. It is not from humour, from perverseness, that I insist upon this. I cannot express how much my heart is in your concerns, and you must, in short, allow me to think that if I can do you service by writing, I shall be better justified in continuing to write than my mother is in her prohibition. But yet, to satisfy you all I can, I will as seldom return answers, while the interdict lasts, as may be consistent with my notions of friendship, and with the service I owe you, and can do you. As to your expedient of writing by Hickman, and now, my dear, your modest man comes in, and as you love modesty in that sex, I will do my endeavour, by holding him at a proper distance, to keep him in your favour. I know what you mean by it, my sweet friend. It is to make that man significant with me. As to the correspondence, that shall go on, I do assure you. Be as scrupulous as you please, so that will not suffer, if I do not close with your proposal as to him. I must tell you that I think it will be honour enough for him to have his name made use of so frequently betwixt us. This of itself is placing a confidence in him, that will make him walk bolt upright, and display his white hand, and his fine diamond ring, and most mightily lay down his services, and his pride to oblige, and his diligence, and his fidelity, and his contrivances to keep our secret, and his excuses, and his evasions to my mother, when challenged by her, with 50 annas beside. And will it not moreover give him pretence and excuse oftener than ever to padnag it hither to good Mrs. Howe's fair daughter? But to admit him into my company tête-à-tête, and into my closet, as often as I would wish to write to you, I only dictate to his pen, my mother all the time supposing that I was going to be heartily in love with him, to make him master of my sentiments, and of my heart, as I may say when I write it to you. Indeed, my dear, I won't. Nor, were I married to the best H.E. in England, would I honour him with the communication of my correspondences. No, my dear, it is sufficient surely for him to parade in the character of our letter conveyor, and to be honoured in a cover, and never fear but, modest as you think him, he will make enough of that. You are always blaming me for want of generosity to this man, and for abuse of power. But I profess, my dear, I cannot tell how to help it. Do, dear, now let me spread my plumes a little, and now and then make myself feared. This is my time, you know, since it would be no more to my credit than to his to give myself those airs when I am married. He has a joy when I am pleased with him, that he would not know, but for the pain my displeasure gives him. Men, no more than women, know how to make a moderate use of power. Is not that seen every day, from the prince to the peasant? If I do not make Hickman quake now and then, he will endeavour to make me fear. All the animals in the creation are more or less in a state of hostility with each other. The wolf that runs away from a lion will devour a lamb the next moment. I remember that I was once so enraged at a game chicken that was continually pecking at another, a poor humble one as I thought him, that I had the offender caught, and without more ado, in a pet of humanity, wrung his neck off. What followed this execution? Why, that the other grew insolent as soon as his insulter was gone, and was continually pecking at one or two under him. Peck and be hanged, said I. I might as well have preserved the first, for I see it is the nature of the beast. Excuse my flippancies. I wish I were with you. I would make you smile in the midst of your gravest airs, as I used to do. Oh, that you had accepted my offer to attend you! But nothing that I offer will you accept. Take care. You will make me very angry with you, and when I am, you know I value nobody. For, dearly as I love you, I must be, and cannot always help it, your saucy Anna Howe. End of Letter 44.
Letter 45 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 45. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, April 22nd. Mr. Lovelace communicated to me this morning early, from his intelligencer, the news of my brother's scheme. I like him the better for making very light of it, and for his treating it with contempt. And indeed, had I not had the hint of it from you, I should have suspected it to be some contrivance of his, in order to hasten me to town, where he has long wished to be himself. He read me the passage in that Leman's letter, which is pretty much to the effect of what you wrote to me from Miss Lloyd, with this addition, that one Singleton, a master of a Scots vessel, is the man who is to be the principal in this act of violence. I have seen him. He had been twice entertained at Harlowe Place as my brother's friend. He has the air of a very bold and fearless man, and I fancy it must be his project. As my brother, I suppose, talks to everybody of the rash step I have taken, for he did not spare me before he had this seeming reason to censure me. This Singleton lives at Leith, so perhaps I am to be carried to my brother's house not far from that port. Putting these passages together, I am not a little apprehensive that the design, lightly as Mr. Lovelace, from his fearless temper, treats it, may be attempted to be carried into execution, and of the consequences that may attend it, if it be. I asked Mr. Lovelace, seeing him so frank and cool, what he would advise me to do. Shall I ask you, madam, what are your own thoughts? Why I return the question, said he, is, because you have been so very earnest that I should leave you, as soon as you are in London, that I know not what to propose without offending you. My opinion is, said I, that I should studiously conceal myself from the knowledge of everybody but Miss Howe, and that you should leave me out of hand, since they will certainly conclude that where one is, the other is not far off, and it is easier to trace you than me. You would not surely wish, said he, to fall into your brother's hands by such a violent measure as this. I propose not to throw myself officiously in their way, but should they have reason to think I avoided them, would not that whet their diligence to find you, and their courage to attempt to carry you off, and subject me to insults that no man of spirit can bear? Lord bless me, said I, to what had this one fatal step that I have been betrayed into? Dearest madam, let me beseech you to forbear this harsh language, when you see, by this new scheme, how determined they were upon carrying their old ones, had you not been betrayed, as you call it. Have I offered to defy the laws of society, as this brother of yours must do, if anything be intended by this project? I hope you will be pleased to observe that there are as violent and as wicked enterprisers as myself. But this is so very wild a project, that I think there can be no room for apprehensions from it. I know your brother well. When at college, he had always a romantic turn, but never had a head for anything but to puzzle and confound himself, a half invention and a whole conceit, but not master of talents to do himself good or others harm, but as those others gave him the power by their own folly. This is very volubly run off, sir. But violent spirits are but too much alike, at least in their methods of resenting. You will not presume to make yourself a less innocent man, surely, who had determined to brave my whole family in person, if my folly had not saved you the rashness, and them the insult. Dear Madam, still must it be folly, rashness? It is as impossible for you to think tolerably of any body out of your own family, as it is for any one in your family to deserve your love. Forgive me, dearest creature, if I did not love you as never man loved a woman. I might appear more indifferent to preferences so undeservedly made. But let me ask you, Madam, what have you borne from me? What cause have I given you to treat me with so much severity and so little confidence? And what have you not borne from them? Malice and ill will, sitting in judgment upon my character, may not give sentence in my favour. But what of your own knowledge have you against me? Spirited questions, were they not, my dear? And they were asked with as spirited an air. I was startled, but I was resolved not to desert myself. Is this a time, Mr. Lovelace, is this a proper occasion taken to give yourself these high airs to me, a young creature destitute of protection? It is a surprising question you ask me. Had I aught against you of my own knowledge? I can tell you, sir. And away I would have flung. He snatched my hand, and besought me not to leave him in displeasure. He pleaded his passion for me, and my severity to him, and partiality for those from whom I had suffered so much, and whose intended violence, he said, was now the subject of our deliberation. I was forced to hear him. You condescended, dearest creature, said he, to ask my advice. It was very easy, give me leave to say, to advise you what to do. I hope I may, on this new occasion, speak without offence, notwithstanding your former injunctions. You see that there can be no hope of reconciliation with your relations. Can you, Madam, consent to honour with your hand a wretch whom you have never yet obliged with one voluntary favour? What a recriminating, what a reproachful way, my dear, was this, of putting a question of this nature! I expected not from him at the time, and just as I was very angry with him, either the question or the manner. I am ashamed to recollect the confusion I was thrown into. All your advice in my head at the moment, yet his words so prohibitory. He confidently seemed to enjoy my confusion. Indeed, my dear, he knows not what respectful love is, and gazed upon me as if he would have looked me through. He was still more declarative afterwards, as I shall mention by and by, but it was half extorted from him. My heart struggled violently between resentment and shame. To be thus teased by one who seemed to have all his passions at command, at a time when I had very little over mine, till at last I burst into tears, and was going from him in high disgust, when, throwing his arms about me, with an air, however, the most tenderly respectful, he gave a stupid turn to the subject. It was far from his heart, he said, to take so much advantage of the strait which the discovery of my brother's foolish project had brought me into, as to renew, without my permission, a proposal which I had hitherto discountenanced, and which for that reason. And then he came with his half sentences, apologizing for what he had not so much as half proposed. Surely he had not the insolence to intend to tease me, to see if I could be brought to speak what became me not to speak. But whether he had or not, it did tease me, insomuch that my very heart was fretted, and I broke out at last into fresh tears, and a declaration that I was very unhappy. And just then, recollecting how like a tame fool I stood with his arms about me, I flung from him with indignation. But he seized my hand as I was going out of the room, and upon his knees besought my stay for one moment. And then, in words the most clear and explicit, tendered himself to my acceptance, as the most effectual means to disappoint my brother's scheme, and set all right. But what could I say to this, extorted from him, as it seemed to me, rather as the effect of his compassion than his love? What could I say? I paused. I looked silly. I am sure I looked very silly. He suffered me to pause and look silly, waiting for me to say something, and at last, ashamed of my confusion, and aiming to make an excuse for it, I told him that I desired he would avoid such measures as might add to the uneasiness which it must be visible to him I had, when he reflected upon the irreconcilableness of my friends, and upon what might follow from this unaccountable project of my brother. He promised to be governed by me in every thing. And again the wretch, instead of pressing his former question, asked me, if I forgave him for the humble suit he had made to me. What had I to do but to try for a palliation of my confusion, since it served me not? I told him I had hopes it would not be long before Mr. Morden arrived, and doubted not that that gentleman would be the readier to engage in my favour, when he found that I made no other use of his, Mr. Lovelace's, assistance, than to free myself from the addresses of a man so disagreeable to me as Mr. Solmes. I must therefore wish that everything might remain as it was, till I could hear from my cousin. This, although teased by him as I was not, you see, my dear, a denial. But he must throw himself into a heat, rather than try to persuade, which any other man in his situation, I should think, would have done. And this warmth obliged me to adhere to my seeming negative. This was what he said, with a vehemence that must harden any woman's mind, who had a spirit above being frighted into passiveness. Good God! And will you, Madam, still resolve to show me that I am to hope for no share in your favour, while any of the remotest prospect remains that you will be received by my bitterest enemies at the price of my utter rejection? This was what I returned with warmth, and with a salving art too. You should have seen, Mr. Lovelace, how much my brother's violence can affect me. But you will be mistaken if you let loose yours upon me, with a thought of terrifying me into measures the contrary of which you have acquiesced with. He only besought me to suffer his future actions to speak for him, and if I saw him worthy of any favour, that I would not let him be the only person within my knowledge who was not entitled to my consideration. You refer to a future time, Mr. Lovelace. So do I, for the future proof of a merit you seem to think for the past time wanting. And justly you think so. And I was again going from him. One word more he begged me to hear. He was determined studiously to avoid all mischief, and every step that might lead to mischief, let my brother's proceedings, short of a violence upon my person, be what they would. But if any attempt that should extend to that were to be made, would I have had him to be a quiet spectator of my being seized, or carried back, or on board, by this singleton? Or in case of extremity, was he not permitted to stand up in my defence? Stand up in my defence, Mr. Lovelace! I should be very miserable were there to be a call for that. But do you think I might not be safe and private in London? By your friend's description of the widow's house, I should think I might be safe there. The widow's house, he replied, as described by his friend, being a back house within a front one, and looking to a garden rather than to a street, had the appearance of privacy. But if, when there, it was not approved, it would be easy to find another more to my liking. Though as to his part, the method he would advise should be, to write to my uncle Harlowe, as one of my trustees, and wait the issue of it here at Mrs. Sorlings's, fearlessly directing it to be answered hither. To be afraid of little spirits was but to encourage insults, he said. The substance of the letter should be, to demand as a right what they would refuse if requested as a courtesy, to acknowledge that I had put myself, too well, he said, did their treatment justify me, into the protection of the ladies of his family, by whose orders and Lord M.'s he himself would appear to act, but that upon my own terms, which were such that I was under no obligation to those ladies for the favour, it being no more than they would have granted to any one of my sex, equally distressed. If I approved not of his method, happy should he think himself, he said, if I would honour him with the opportunity of making such a claim in his own name. But this was a point, with his buts again in the same breath, that he durst but just touch upon. He hoped, however, that I would think their violence a sufficient inducement for me to take such a wished-for resolution. Inwardly vexed, I told him that he himself had proposed to leave me when I was in town, that I expected he would, and that when I was known to be absolutely independent, I should consider what to write and what to do, but that while he was with me, I neither would nor could. He would be very sincere with me, he said. This project of my brother's had changed the face of things. He must, before he left me, see whether I should or should not approve of the London widow and her family, if I chose to go thither. They might be people whom my brother might buy. But if he saw they were persons of integrity, he then might go for a day or two or so. But he must needs say, he could not leave me longer at a time. Do you propose, sir, said I, to take up your lodgings in the house where I shall lodge? He did not, he said, as he knew the use I intended to make of his absence, and my punctilio. And yet the house where he had lodgings was new fronting, and not in condition to receive him, but he could go to his friend Belford's in Soho. Or perhaps he might reach to the same gentleman's house at Edgware overnight, and return on the mornings, till he had reason to think this wild project of my brother's laid aside. But to no greater distance till then should he care to venture. The result of all was, to set out on Monday next for town. I hope it will be in a happy hour. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 45.
Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 46. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, April 21st. As it was not probable that the lady could give so particular an account of her confusion, in the affecting scene she mentions on Mr. Lovelace's offering himself to her acceptance, the following extracts are made from his letter of the above date. And now, Belford, what wilt thou say, if, like the fly buzzing about the bright taper, I had like to have singed the silken wings of my liberty? Never was a man in greater danger of being caught in his own snares. All my views anticipated, all my schemes untried, the admirable creature no brought to town, nor one effort made to know if she be really angel or woman. I offered myself to her acceptance with a suddenness, 'tis true, that gave her no time to wrap herself in reserves, and in terms less tender than fervent, tending to upbraid her for her past indifference, and to remind her of her injunctions. For it was the fear of her brother, not her love of me, that had inclined her to dispense with those injunctions. I never beheld so sweet a confusion. What a glory to the pencil, could it do justice to it, and to the mingled impatience which visibly informed every feature of the most meaning and most beautiful face in the world! She hemmed twice or thrice. Her look, now so charmingly silly, then so sweetly significant, till at last the lovely teaser, teased by my hesitating expectation of her answer, out of all power of articulate speech, burst into tears, and was turning from me with precipitation, when, presuming to fold her in my happy arms, "O think not, best beloved of my heart," said I, "think not that this motion, which you may believe to be so contrary to your former injunctions, proceeds from a design to avail myself of the cruelty of your relations, if I have disobliged you by it, and you know with what respectful tenderness I have presumed to hint it. It shall be my utmost care for the future." And there I stopped. Then she spake, but with vexation. I am very unhappy," tears trickling down her crimson cheeks, and her sweet face, as my arm still encircled the finest waist in the world, sinking upon my shoulder, the dear creature so absent that she knew not the honour she permitted me. But why unhappy, my dearest life?" said I. "All the gratitude that ever overflowed the heart of the most obliged of men—" Justice to myself there stopped my mouth. For what gratitude did I owe her for obligations so involuntary? Then, recovering herself and her usual reserves, and struggling to free herself from my clasping arms, "How now, sir," said she, with a cheek more indignantly glowing, and eyes of fiercer lustre. I gave way to her angry struggle, but absolutely overcome by so charming a display of innocent confusion, I caught hold of her hand as she was flying from me, and kneeling at her feet, "O my angel," said I, quite destitute of reserve, and hardly knowing the tenor of my own speech, and had a parson been there, I had certainly been a gone man, "receive the vows of your faithful Lovelace. Make him yours, and only yours forever. This will answer every end. Who will dare to form plots and stratagems against my wife? That you are not so is the ground of all their foolish attempts, and of their insolent hopes in Solmes's favour. Oh, be mine! I beseech you, thus on my knee I beseech you, to be mine. We shall then have all the world with us, and everybody will applaud an event that everybody expects. Was the devil in me? I no more intended all this ecstatic nonsense than I thought the same moment of flying in the air. All power is with this charming creature. It is I, not she at this rate, that must fail in the arduous trial. Didst thou ever before hear of a man uttering solemn things by an involuntary impulse, in defiance of premeditation, and of all his proud schemes? But this sweet creature is able to make a man forego every purpose of his heart that is not favourable to her. And I verily think I should be inclined to spare her all further trial. And yet what a trial has she had, were it not for the contention that her vigilance has set foot on, which shall overcome the other. Thou knowest my generosity to my uncontending Rosebud, and sometimes do I qualify my ardent aspirations after even this very fine creature by this reflection, that the most charming woman on earth, were she an empress, can excel the meanest in the customary visibles only. Such is the quality of the dispensation to the prince and the peasant in this prime gift, woman. Well, but what was the result of this involuntary impulse on my part? Wouldst thou not think I was taken at my offer? An offer so solemnly made, and on one knee too. No such thing. The pretty trifler let me off as easily as I could have wished. Her brother's project, and to find that there were no hopes of a reconciliation for her, and the apprehension she had of the mischiefs that might ensue, these, not my offer, nor love of me, were the causes to which she ascribed all her sweet confusion, an ascription that is high treason against my sovereign pride, to make marriage with me but a second-place refuge, and as good as to tell me that her confusion was owing to her concern that there were no hopes that my enemies would accept of her intended offer to renounce a man who had ventured his life for her, and was still ready to run the same risk on her behalf. I re-urged her to make me happy, but I was to be postponed to her cousin Morden's arrival. On him are now placed all her hopes. I raved, but to no purpose. Another letter was to be sent, or had been sent, to her Aunt Hervey, to which she hoped an answer. Yet sometimes I think that fainter and fainter would have been her procrastinations had I been a man of courage, but so fearful was I of offending. A confounded thing, the man to be so bashful, the woman to want so much courting. How shall two such come together? No kind mediatress in the way. But I must be contented. 'Tis seldom, however, that a love so ardent as mine meets with a spirit so resigned in the same person. But true love, I am now convinced, only wishes, nor has it any active will but that of the adored object. But oh, the charming creature, again of herself to mention London! Had Singleton's plot been of my own contriving, a more happy expedient could not have been thought of to induce her to resume her purpose of going thither, nor can I divine what could be her reason for postponing it. I enclose the letter from Joseph Leman, which I mentioned to thee in mine of Monday last, with my answer to it. I cannot resist the vanity that urges me to the communication. Otherwise it were better, perhaps, that I suffer thee to imagine that this lady's stars fight against her, and dispense the opportunities in my favour, which are only the consequences of my own invention. End of letter 46.
Letter 47 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bret Hirsch. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 47.
To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, His Honour, Saturday, April 15th. May it please your Honour, this is to let your Honour know as how I have been employed in a business I would have been excused from, if so be I could, for it is to get evidence from a young man who has of late come out to be my cousin by my grandmother's side, and but lately come to live in these parts, about a very vile thing, as young master calls it, relating to your Honour. God forbid I should call it so without your leaf. It is not for so plain a man as I be, to tax my betters. It is concerning one Miss Batterton, of Nottingham, a very pretty creature, belike. Your Honour got her away, it seems, by a false letter to her, making believe as how her she-cousin, that she dearly loved, was coming to see her, and was taken ill upon the road, and so Miss Batterton set out in a chaise, and one servant, to fetch her cousin from the inn where she laid sick, as she thought, and the servant was tricked, and brought back the chaise. But Miss Batterton was not heard of for a month or so, and when it came to pass that her friends found her out and would have prosecuted your Honour was gone abroad, and so she was brought to bed, as one may say, before your Honour's return, and she got cold, and her lying in, and languished, and soon died. And the child is living, but your Honour never troubles your Honour's head about it in the least. And this, and some other matters of very bad report, Squire Solmes was to tell my young lady of, if so be she would have heard him speak, before we lost her sweet company, as I may say, from here. Your Honour helped me to many ugly stories to tell against you Honour, to my young master and young mistress, but did not tell me about this. I most humbly beseech your Honour to be good and kind and faithful to my dearest young lady, now you have her, or I shall break my heart for having done some deeds that have helped to bring things to this pass. Pray your dear good Honour, be just, pray ye do, as God shall love ye, pray ye do. I cannot write no more for this present, for very fear and grief. But now I am come to my writing again. Will your Honour be pleased to tell me, if as how there be any danger to your Honour's life from this business? For my cousin is actile hired to go down to Miss Batterton's friends, to see if they will stir in it. For you must know, your Honour, as how he lived in the Batterton family at the time, and could be a good evidence, and all that. I hope it was not so very bad as Titus says it was. For he says as how there was a rape in the case betwixt you at first, and please your Honour, and my cousin Titus is a very honest young man as ever broke bread. This is his character, and this made me willinger to own him for my relation, when he came to talk. If there should be danger of your Honour's life, I hope your Honour will not be hanged, like as one of us common men. Only have your head cut off, or so, and yet it is pit such a head should be lost. But if as how it should be prosecuted to that fur, which God forbid, be pleased natheless to think of your faithful Joseph Leman, before your head be condemned, for after condemnation, as I have been told, all will be the king's or the Shreve's. I thought as how it was best to acquaint your Honour of this, and for you to let me know if I could do anything to sarve your Honour, and prevent mischief with my cousin Titus, on his coming back from Nottingham, before he makes his report. I have given him a hint already, for what, as I said to him, cousin Titus, signifies stirring up the coals and making of strife, to make rich gentlefolks live at variance, and to be cutting of throats and such like. Very true, said little Titus, and this, and please your honour, gives me hope of him, if so be your honour gives me direction, saying, as God knows, I have a very poor invention, only a willing mind to prevent mischief. That is the chief of my aim, and always was, I bless my God. Else I could have made much mischief in my time, as indeed any servant may. Your honour natheless praises my invention every now and then. Alas, and please your honour, what invention should such a plain man as I have? But when your honour sets me a-going by your fine invention, I can do well enough, and I am sure I have a hearty good will to deserve your honour's favour, if I mought. 2 days, as I may say, off and on, have I been writing this long letter, and yet I have not said all I would say, for be it known unto your honour, as how I do not like that Captain Singleton, which I told you of in my last 2 letters. He is always laying his head and my young master's head together, and I suspect much, if so be some mischief is not going on between them, and still the more, as because my eldest young lady seems to be joined to them sometimes. Last week my young master set before my face. My heart's blood boils over, Captain Singleton, for revenge upon this. And he called your honour by a name. It is not for such a one as me to say what. Captain Singleton whispered my young master, being I was by. So young master said, you may say anything before Joseph. For, although he looks so silly, he has as good a heart and as good a head as any servant in the world need to have. My conscience touched me just then. But why should it, when all I do is to prevent mischief? And seeing your honour has so much patience, which young master has not, so am not afeard of telling your honour anything whatsomever. And furthermore, I have such a desire to deserve your honour's bounty to me, as makes me let nothing pass I can tell you of, to prevent harm, and to, besides, your honour's goodness about the blue boar, which I have so good an account of. I am sure I shall be bounden to bless your honour the longest day I have to live. And then the blue boar is not all neither, sin, and please your honour, the pretty sow, God forgive me for jesting in so serious a matter, runs in my head likewise. I believe I shall love her mayhap more than your honour would have me, for she begins to be kind and good-humoured, and listens, and please your honour, like as if she was among beans, when I talk about the blue boar and all that. Pray ye, your honour, forgive the jesting of a poor plain man. We common folks have our joys, and please your honour, like as our betters have, and if we be sometimes snubbed, we can find our underlings to snub them again, and if not, we can get a wife mayhap and snub her, so our masters somehow or other ourselves. But how I try your honour's patience! Servants will show their joyful hearts, though oft but impertinence, when encouraged. Be pleased from the premises to let me know if as how I can be put upon any sarvice to sarve your honour, and to sarve my dearest young lady, which God grant, for I begin to be afeard for her, hearing what people talk. To be sure your honour will not do her no harm, as a man may say, but I know your honour must be good to so wondrous a young lady. How can you help it? But here my conscience smites me, that, but for some of my stories which your honour told me, my old master and my old lady, and the 2 old squires, would not have been able to be half so hard-hearted as they be, for all my young master and young mistress says. And here is the sad thing. They cannot come to clear up matters with my dearest young lady, because, as your honour has ordered it, they have these stories as if bribed by me out of your honour's servant, which must not be known for fear you should killen, and me too, and blacken the briber, Ah, your honour, I doubt as I am a very wild fellow. Lord bless my soul, I pray God, and did not intend it. But if my dearest young lady should come to harm, and please your honour, the horse bombed at the Blue Boar, but Lord preserve us all from all bad mischief and all bad ends, I pray the Lord. For though, if your honour is kind to me in worldly pelf, yet what shall a man get to lose his soul, as Holy Scripture says, and please your honour? But natheless, I am in hope of repentance hereafter, being but a young man, if I do wrong through ignorance. Your honour being a great man, and a grave wit, and I a poor creature, not worthy notice, and your honour able to answer for all, but howsoever I am, your honour's faithful servant in all duty, Joseph Leman, April 15th and 16th.
End of letter 47.
Letter 48 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 48. Mr. Lovelace to Joseph Leman, Monday, April 17th. Honest Joseph, you have a worse opinion of your invention than you ought to have. I must praise it again. Of a plain man's head I have not known many better than yours. How often have your forecast and discretion answered my wishes in cases which I could not foresee, not knowing how my general directions would succeed, or what might happen in the execution of them. You are too doubtful of your own abilities, honest Joseph. That's your fault. But it being a fault that is owing to natural modesty, you ought rather to be pitied for it than blamed. The affair of Miss Betterton was a youthful frolic. I love dearly to exercise my invention. I do assure you, Joseph, that I have ever had more pleasure in my contrivances than in the end of them. I am no sensual man, but a man of spirit. One woman is like another. You understand me, Joseph. In coursing, all the sport is made by the winding hare. A barn-door chick is better eating. Now you take me, Joseph. Miss Betterton was but a tradesman's daughter. The family, indeed, was grown rich and aimed at a new line of gentry, and were unreasonable enough to expect a man of my family would marry her. I was honest. I gave the young lady no hope of that, for she put it to me. She resented, kept up, and was kept up. A little innocent contrivance was necessary to get her out. But no rape in the case, I assure you, Joseph. She loved me. I loved her. Indeed, when I got her to the inn, I asked her no question. It is cruel to ask a modest woman for her consent. It is creating difficulties to both. Had not her friends been officious, I had been constant and faithful to her this day, as far as I know, for then I had not known my angel. I went not abroad upon her account. She loved me too well to have appeared against me. She refused to sign a paper they had drawn up for her to found a prosecution upon. And the brutal creature would not permit the midwife's assistance till her life was in danger, and I believe to this her death was owing. I went into mourning for her, though abroad at the time, a distinction I have ever paid to those worthy creatures who die in childbed by me. I was ever nice to my loves. These were the rules I laid down to myself on my entrance into active life. To set the mother above want, if her friends were cruel, and if I could not get her a husband worthy of her. To shun common women, a piece of justice I owed to innocent ladies, as well as to myself. To marry off a former mistress, if possible, before I took a new one. To maintain a lady handsomely in her lying in. To provide for the little one, if it lived, according to the degree of its mother, to go into mourning for the mother if she died. And the promise of this was a great comfort to the pretty dears, as they grew near their times. All my errors, all my expenses have been with and upon women. So I could acquit my conscience, acting thus honourably by them, as well as my discretion as to point of fortune. All men love women, and find me a man of more honour in these points, if you can, Joseph. No wonder the sex love me as they do. But now I am strictly virtuous. I am reformed. So I have been for a long time, resolving to marry as soon as I can prevail upon the most admirable of women to have me. I think of nobody else. It is impossible I should. I have spared very pretty girls for her sake. Very true, Joseph. So set your honest heart at rest. You see the pains I take to satisfy your qualms. But as to Miss Betterton, no rape in the case. I repeat, rapes are unnatural things, and more are than imagined, Joseph. I should be loath to be put to such a strait. I never was. Miss Betterton was taken from me against her own will. In that case her friends, not I, committed the rape. I have contrived to see the boy twice, unknown to the aunt who takes care of him, loves him, and would not now part with him on any consideration. The boy is a fine boy, I thank God. No father need be ashamed of him. He will be well provided for. If not, I would take care of him. He will have his mother's fortune. They curse the father, ungrateful wretches, but bless the boy, upon the whole, there is nothing vile in this matter on my side, a great deal on the Bettertons. Wherefore, Joseph, be not thou in pain, either for my head, or for thy own neck, nor for the blue boar, nor for the pretty sow. I love your jesting. Jesting better becomes a poor man than qualms. I love to have you jest. All we say, all we do, all we wish for is a jest. He that makes life itself not so is a sad fellow, and has the worst of it. I doubt not, Joseph, but you have had your joys, as you say, as well as your betters. May you have more and more, honest Joseph. He that grudges a poor man joy ought to have none himself. Jest on, therefore. Jesting, I repeat, better becomes thee than qualms. I had no need to tell you of Miss Betterton. Did I not furnish you with stories enough without hers against myself, to augment your credit with your cunning masters? Besides, I was loath to mention Miss Betterton, her friends being all living, and in credit. I loved her too, for she was taken from me by her cruel friends while our joys were young. But enough of dear Miss Betterton. Dear, I say, for death endears. Rest to her worthy soul. There, Joseph, off went a deep sigh to the memory of Miss Betterton. As to the journey of little Titus, I now recollect the fellow by his name, let that take its course. A lady dying in childbed 18 months ago. No process begun in her lifetime. Refusing herself to give evidence against me while she lived. Pretty circumstance to be found an indictment for a rape upon. As to your young lady, the ever admirable Miss Clarissa Harlowe, I always courted her for a wife. Others rather expected marriage from the vanity of their own hearts than from my promises, for I was always careful of what I promised. You know, Joseph, that I have gone beyond my promises to you. I do to everybody. And why? Because it is the best way of showing that I have no grudging or narrow spirit. A promise is an obligation. A just man will keep his promise. A generous man will go beyond it. This is my rule. If you doubt my honour to your young lady, it is more than she does. She would not stay with me an hour if she did. Mine is the steadiest heart in the world. Hast thou not reason to think it so? Why this squeamishness then, honest Joseph? But it is because thou art honest, so I forgive thee. Whoever loves my divine Clarissa loves me. Let James Harlowe call me what names he will. For his sister's sake I will bear them. Do not be concerned for me. Her favour will make me rich amends. His own vilely malicious heart will make his blood boil over at any time. And when it does, thinkest thou that I will let it touch thine? Ah, Joseph, Joseph, what a foolish teaser is thy conscience! Such a conscience as gives a plain man trouble when he intends to do for the best is weakness, not conscience. But say what thou wilt, write all thou knowest or hearest of to me. I'll have patience with everybody. Why should I not, when it is as much the desire of my heart as it is of thine to prevent mischief? So now, Joseph, having taken all the pains to satisfy thy conscience, and answer all thy doubts, and to banish all thy fears, let me come to a new point. Your endeavours and mine, which were designed, by roundabout ways, to reconcile all, even against the wills of the most obstinate, have not, we see, answered the end we hoped they would answer, but on the contrary have widened the difference between our families. And this has not been either your fault or mine. It is owing to the black, pitch-like blood of your venomous-hearted young master, boiling over as he owns that our honest wishes have hitherto been frustrated. Yet we must proceed in the same course. We shall tire them out in time, and they will propose terms. And when they do, they shall find out how reasonable mine shall be, little as they deserve from me. Persevere, therefore, Joseph, honest Joseph, persevere, and unlikely as you may imagine the means, our desires will at last be obtained. We have nothing for it now but to go through with our work in the way we have begun. For since, as I told you in my last, my beloved mistrusts you, she will blow you up if she be not mine. If she be, I can and will protect you. And as, if there will be any fault in her opinion, it will be rather mine than yours, she must forgive you, and keep her husband's secrets, for the sake of his reputation, else she will be guilty of a great failure in her duty. So now you have set your hand to the plough, Joseph, there is no looking back. And what is the consequence of all this? One labour more, and that will be all that will fall to your lot, at least of consequence. My beloved is resolved not to think of marriage till she has tried to move her friends to a reconciliation with her. You know they are determined not to be reconciled. She has it in her head, I doubt not, to make me submit to the people I hate. And if I did, they would rather insult me than receive my condescension as they ought. She even owns that she will renounce me if they insist upon it, provided they will give up Solmes. So to all appearance I am still as far as ever from the happiness of calling her mine. Indeed, I am more likely than ever to lose her, if I cannot contrive some way to avail myself of the present critical situation. And then, Joseph, all I have been studying, and all you have been doing, will signify nothing. At the place where we are, I cannot long be private. The lodgings are inconvenient for us, while both together, and while she refuses to marry. She wants to get me at a distance from her. There are extraordinary convenient lodgings in my eye in London, where we could be private, and all mischief avoided. When there, if I get her thither, she will insist that I leave her. Miss Howe is for ever putting upon her contrivances. That, you know, is the reason I have been obliged, by your means, to play the family off at Harlowe Place upon Miss Howe, and Mrs. Howe upon her daughter. Ah, Joseph, little need for your fears for my angel. I only am in danger, and were I the free liver I am reported to be, all this could I get over with a wet finger, as the saying is. But by the help of one of your hints, I have thought of an expedient which will do everything and raise your reputation, though already so high, higher still. This Singleton, I hear, is a fellow who loves enterprising. The view he has to get James Harlowe to his principal owner in a large vessel which he wants to be put into command of may be the subject of their present close conversation. But since he is taught to have so good an opinion of you, Joseph, cannot you, still pretending an abhorrence of me and of my contrivances, propose to Singleton to propose to James Harlowe, who so much thirsts for revenge upon me, to assist him with his whole ship's crew upon occasion to carry off his sister to LIII, where both have houses, or elsewhere? You may tell them that if this can be effected, it will make me raving mad, and bring your young lady into all their measures. You can inform them, as from my servant, of the distance she keeps me at, in hopes of procuring her father's forgiveness, by cruelly giving me up, if insisted upon. You can tell them that as the only secret my servant has kept from you is the place we are in, you make no doubt that a 2-guinea bribe will bring that out, and also an information, when I shall be at distance from her, that the enterprise may be conducted with safety. You may tell them, still as from my servant, that we are about to remove from inconvenient lodgings to others more convenient, which is true, and that I must be often absent from her. If they listen to your proposal, you will promote your interest with Betty, by telling it to her as a secret. Betty will tell Arabella of it. Arabella will be overjoyed at anything that will help forward her revenge upon me, and will reveal it, if her brother do not, to her uncle Antony. He will probably whisper it to Mrs. Howe. She can keep nothing from her daughter, though they are always jangling. Her daughter will acquaint my beloved with it, and if it will not, or if it will, come to my ears from some of those, you can write it to me as in confidence, by way of preventing mischief, which is the study of us both. I can then show it to my beloved. Then will she be for placing a greater confidence in me, that will convince me of her love, which I am now sometimes ready to doubt. She will be for hastening to the safer lodgings. I shall have a pretence to stay about her person as a guard. She will be convinced that there is no expectation to be had of a reconciliation. You can give James Harlowe and Singleton continual false scents, as I shall direct you, so that no mischief can possibly happen. And what will be the happy, thrice happy consequence? The lady will be mine in an honourable way. We shall all be friends in good time. The 2 guineas will be an agreeable addition to the many gratuities I have helped you to, by the like contrivances from this stingy family. Your reputation, both for head and heart, as I hinted before, will be heightened. The Blue Boar also will be yours, nor shall you have the least difficulty about raising money to buy the stock, if it be worth your while to have it. Betty will likewise then be yours. You have both saved money, it seems. The whole Harlowe family, whom you have so faithfully served, 'tis serving them surely to prevent the mischief which their violent son would have brought upon them, will throw you in somewhat towards housekeeping. I will still add to your store, so nothing but happiness before you. Crow, Joseph, crow, a dunghill of thy own view. Servants to snub at thy pleasure, a wife to quarrel with, or to love, as thy humour leads thee. Landlord and landlady at every word, to be paid instead of paying, for thy eating and drinking. But not thus happy only in thyself, happy in promoting peace and reconciliation between 2 good families, in the long run, without hurting any Christian soul. O Joseph, honest Joseph! What envy wilt thou raise, and who would be squeamish with such prospects before him? This one labour, I repeat, crowns the work. If you can get but such a design entertained by them, whether they prosecute it or not, it will be equally the purpose of your loving friend, R. Lovelace. End of Letter 48.
Letter 49 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 49. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Harvey, enclosed in her last to Miss Howe. Thursday, April 20th. Honored Madam, having not had the favor of an answer to a letter I took the liberty to write to you on the 14th, I am in some hopes that it may have miscarried, for I had much rather it should than to have the mortification to think that my Aunt Harvey deemed me unworthy of the honour of her notice. In this hope, having kept a copy of it, and not become able to express myself in terms better suited to the unhappy circumstances of things, I transcribe and enclose what I then wrote. And I humbly beseech you to favour the contents of it with your interest. Hitherto it is in my power to perform what I undertake for in this letter, and it would be very grievous to me to be precipitated upon measures which may render the desirable reconciliation more difficult. If, Madam, I were permitted to write to you with the hopes of being answered, I could clear my intention with regard to the step I have taken, although I could not perhaps acquit myself to some of my severest judges of an imprudence previous to it. You, I am sure, would pity me, if you knew all I could say, and how miserable I am in the forfeiture of the good opinion of all my friends. I flatter myself that their favour is yet retrievable, but whatever be the determination at Harlowe Place, do not you, my dearest aunt, deny me the favour of a few lines to inform me if there can be any hope of a reconciliation upon terms less shocking than those heretofore endeavoured to be imposed upon me, or if, which God forbid, I am to be for ever reprobated. At least, my dear aunt, procure for me the justice of my wearing apparel, and the little money and other things which I wrote to my sister for, and mention in the enclosed to you, that I may not be destitute of common conveniencies, or be under a necessity to owe an obligation for such, where at present, however, I would least of all owe it. Allow me to say, that had I designed what happened, I might, as to the money and jewels at least, have saved myself some of the mortification which I have suffered, and which I still further apprehend if my request be not complied with. If you are permitted to encourage an éclaircissement of what I hint, I will open my whole heart to you and inform you of everything. If it be any pleasure to have me mortified, be pleased to let it be known that I am extremely mortified. And yet it is entirely from my own reflections that I am so, having nothing to find fault with in the behaviour of the person from whom every evil was to be apprehended. The bearer, having business your way, will bring me your answer on Saturday morning, if you favour me according to my hopes. I knew not that I should have this opportunity till I had written the above. I am, my dearest aunt, your ever dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. Be pleased to direct for me, if I am to be favoured with a few lines, to be left at Mr. Osgood's, near Soho Square, and nobody shall ever know of your goodness to me if you desire it to be kept a secret. End of Letter 49.
Letter 50 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, April 22nd. I cannot for my life account for your wretch's teasing ways, but he certainly doubts your love of him. In this he is a modest man, as well as somebody else, and tacitly confesses that he does not deserve it. Your Israelitish hankerings after the Egyptian onion testified still more in your letter to your aunt. Your often repeated regrets for meeting him, for being betrayed by him, these he cannot bear. I have been looking back on the whole of his conduct, and comparing it with his general character, and find that he is more consistently, more uniformly mean, revengeful, and proud than either of us once imagined. From his cradle, as I may say, as an only child, and a boy, humoursome, spoiled, mischievous, the governor of his governors. A libertine in his riper years, hardly regardful of appearances, and despising the sex in general for the faults of particulars of it, who made themselves too cheap to him. What has been his behaviour in your family? A Clarissa in view, from the time your foolish brother was obliged to take a life from him, but defiance for defiances, getting you into his power by terror, by artifice. What politeness can be expected from such a man? Well, but what in such a situation is to be done? Why, you must despise him, you must hate him if you can, and run away from him. But whither? Whither indeed, now that your brother is laying foolish plots to put you in a still worse condition, as it may happen. But if you cannot despise and hate him, if you care not to break with him, you must part with some punctilios, and if the so doing bring not on the solemnity, you must put yourself into the protection of the ladies of his family. Their respect for you is of itself a security for his honour to you, if there could be any room for doubt. And, at least, you should remind him of his offer to bring one of the Miss Montagues to attend you at your new lodgings in town, and accompany you till all is happily over. This, you'll say, will be as good as declaring yourself to be his, and so let it. You ought not now to think of anything else but to be his. Does not your brother's project convince you more and more of this? Give over then, my dearest friend, any thoughts of this hopeless reconciliation, which has kept you balancing thus long. You own, in the letter before me, that he made very explicit offers, though you give me not the very words, and he gave his reasons, I perceive, with his wishes that you should accept them, which very few of the sorry fellows do, whose plea is generally but a compliment to our self-love, that we must love them, however presumptuous and unworthy, because they love us. Were I in your place, and had your charming delicacies, I should, perhaps, do as you do. No doubt but I should expect that the man should urge me with respectful warmth, that he should supplicate with constancy, and that all his words and actions should tend to the one principal point. Nevertheless, if I suspected art or delay, founded upon his doubts of my love, I would either condescend to clear up his doubts, or renounce him for ever. And in my last case, I, your Anna Howe, would exert myself, and either find you a private refuge, or resolve to share fortunes with you. What a wretch, to be so easily answered by your reference to the arrival of your cousin Morden! But I am afraid that you was too scrupulous, for did he not resent that reference? Could we have his account of the matter, I fancy, my dear, I should think you over nice, over delicate. The reader who has seen his account, which Miss Howe could not have seen, when she wrote thus, will observe that it was not possible for a person of her true delicacy of mind to act otherwise than she did, to a man so cruelly and so insolently artful. Had you laid hold of his acknowledged explicitness, he would have been as much in your power as now you seem to be in his. You wanted not to be told that the person who had been tricked into such a step as you had taken must of necessity submit to many mortifications. But were it to me, a girl of spirit as I am thought to be, I do assure you I would, in a quarter of an hour, all the time I would allow to punctilio in such a case as yours, know what he drives at, since either he must mean well or ill. If ill, the sooner you know it, the better. If well, whose modesty is it he distresses, but that of his own wife? And methinks you should endeavour to avoid all exasperating recriminations as to what you have heard of his failure in morals, especially while you are so happy as not to have occasion to speak of them by experience. I grant that it gives a worthy mind some satisfaction in having borne its testimony against the immoralities of a bad one, but that correction which is unseasonably given is more likely either to harden or make a hypocrite than to reclaim. I am pleased, however, as well as you, with his making light of your brother's wise project. Poor creature! And must Master Jemmy Harlowe, with his half-wit, pretend to plot and contrive mischief, yet rail at Lovelace for the same things? A witty villain deserves hanging at once, and without ceremony, if you please. But a half-witted one deserves broken bones first, and hanging afterwards. I think Lovelace has given his character in a few words. See Letter 45 of this volume. Be angry at me, if you please, but as sure as you are alive, now that this poor creature, whom some call your brother, finds he has succeeded in making you fly your father's house, and that he has nothing to fear but your getting into your own, and into an independence of him, he thinks himself equal to anything, and so he has a mind to fight Lovelace with his own weapons. Don't you remember his pragmatical triumph, as told you by your aunt, and prided in by that saucy Betty Barnes, from his own foolish mouth? See Volume 2, Letter 47. I expect nothing from your letter to your aunt. I hope Lovelace will never know the contents of it. In every one of yours I see that he as warmly resents as he dares the little confidence you have in him. I should resent it too, were I he, and knew that I deserved better. Don't be scrupulous about clothes, if you think of putting yourself into the protection of the ladies of his family. They know how matters stand between you and your relations, and love you never the worse for the silly people's cruelty. I know you won't demand possession of your estate, but give him a right to demand it for you, and that will be still better. Adieu, my dear. May Heaven guide and direct you in all your steps, is the daily prayer of your ever affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. End of Letter 50.
Letter 51 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 51. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Friday, April 21. Thou, Lovelace, hast been long the entertainer, I the entertained. Nor have I been solicitous to animadvert, and thou wentest along upon thy inventions and their tendency. For I believed that, with all thy airs, the unequalled perfections and fine qualities of this lady would always be her protection and security. But now that I find thou hast so far succeeded as to induce her to come to town, and to choose her lodgings in a house, the people of which will too probably damp and suppress any honourable motions which may arise in thy mind in her favour, I cannot help writing, and that professedly in her behalf. My inducements to this are not owing to virtue, but if they were, what hope could I have of affecting thee by pleas arising from it? Nor would such a man as thou art be deterred, were I to remind thee of the vengeance which thou mayest one day expect, if thou insultest a woman of her character, family, and fortune. Neither are gratitude and honor motives to be mentioned in a woman's favor to men such as we are, who consider all those of the sex as fair prize over honor, in the general acceptation of the word, are two things. What then is my motive? What but the true friendship that I bear thee, Lovelace, which makes me plead thy own sake, and thy family's sake, in the justice thou owest to this incomparable creature; who, however, so well deserves to have her sake to be mentioned as the principal consideration. Last time I was at M. Hall, thy noble uncle so earnestly pressed me to use my interest to persuade thee to enter the pale, and gave me so many family reasons for it, that I could not help engaging myself heartily on his side of the question; and the rather, as I knew that thy own intentions with regard to this fine woman were then worthy of her. And of this I assured his lordship, who was half afraid of thee, because of the ill usage thou receivedst from thy family. But now that the case is altered, let me press the matter home to thee from other considerations. By what I have heard of this lady's perfections from every mouth, as well as from thine, and from every letter thou hast written, where wilt thou find such another woman? And why shouldst thou tempt her virtue? Why shouldst thou wish to try where there is no reason to doubt? Were I in thy case, and designed to marry, and if I preferred a woman as I know thou dost this to all the women in the world, I should read to make further trial, knowing what we know of the sex, for fear of succeeding; and especially if I doubted not, that if there were a woman in the world virtuous at heart, it is she. And let me tell thee, Lovelace, that in this lady's situation, the trial is not a fair trial. Considering the depth of thy plots and contrivances, considering the opportunities which I see thou must have with her, in spite of her own heart, all her relations' follies acting in concert, though unknown to themselves, with thy wicked scheming head, considering how destitute of protection she is, considering the house she is to be in, where she will be surrounded with thy implements, specious, well-bred, and genteel creatures, not easily to be detected when they are disposed to preserve appearances, especially by the young inexperienced lady wholly unacquainted with the town. Considering all these things, I say, what glory, what cause of triumph wilt thou have, if she should be overcome? Thou, too, a man born for intrigue, full of invention, intrepid, remorseless, able patiently to watch for thy opportunity, not hurried, as most men, by gusts of violent passion, which often nip a project in the bud, and make the snail that was just putting out his horns to meet the inviter, withdraw into its shell; a man who has no regard to his word or oath to the sex, the lady scrupulously strict to her word, incapable of art or design, apt therefore to believe well of others. It would be a miracle if she stood such an attempter, such attempts, and such snares, as I will be laid for her. And after all, I see not, when men are so frail without importunity, that so much should be expected from women, daughters of the same fathers and mothers, and made up of the same brittle compounds, education all the difference, nor where the triumph is in subduing them. May there not be other Lovelaces, thou askest, who, attracted by her beauty, may endeavour to prevail with her? No, there cannot, I answer, be such another man. Person, mind, fortune, and thy character, as above given, taken in. If thou imaginest there could, such is thy pride, that thou wouldst think the worst of thyself. But let me touch upon thy predominant passion, revenge. But love is but second to that, as I have often told thee, though it has set thee into raving at me. What poor pretences for revenge are the difficulties thou hadst in getting her off, allowing that she had run a risk of being Solmes's wife, had she stayed? If these are other than pretences, why thankest thou not those who, by their persecutions of her, answered thy hopes, and threw her into thy power? Besides, are not the pretences thou makest for further trial, most ungratefully, as well as contradictorily founded upon the supposition of error in her, occasioned by her favour to thee? And let me, for the utter confusion of thy poor pleas of this nature, ask thee, would she, in thy opinion, had she willingly gone off with thee, have been entitled to better quarter? For a mistress indeed she might, but how wouldst thou for a wife have had cause to like her half so well as now? Has she not demonstrated that even the highest provocations were not sufficient to warp her from her duty to her parents, though a native, and, as I may say, an originally involuntary duty, because native? And is not this a charming earnest that she will sacredly observe a still higher duty into which she proposes to enter, when she does enter, by plighted vows, and entirely as a volunteer? That she loves thee, wicked as thou art, and cruel as a panther, there is no reason to doubt. Yet what a command has she over herself, that such a penetrating self-flatterer as thyself is sometimes ready to doubt it? Though persecuted on the one hand, as she was, by her own family, and attracted on the other by the splendor of thine, every one of whom courts her to rank herself among them, thou wilt perhaps think that I have departed from my proposition, and pleaded the lady's sake more than thine in the above. But no such thing. All that I have written is more in thy behalf than in hers, since she may make thee happy. But it is next to impossible, I should think, if she preserve her delicacy, that thou canst make her so. What is the love of a rakish heart? There cannot be peculiarity in it, but I need not give my further reasons. Thou wilt have ingenuousness enough, I dare say, were there occasion for it, to subscribe to my opinion. I plead not for the state from any great liking to it myself, nor have I at present thoughts of entering into it. But as thou art the last of thy name, as thy family is of note and figure in thy country, and as thou thyself thinkest that thou shalt one day marry, is it possible, let me ask thee, that thou canst have such another opportunity as thou now hast, if thou lettest this slip? A woman in her family and fortune not unworthy of thine own, though thou art so apt, from pride of ancestry, and pride of heart, to speak slightly of the families thou dislikest, so celebrated for beauty, and so noted at the same time for prudence, for soul, I will say, instead of sense, and for virtue. If thou art not so narrow-minded an elf, as to prefer thine own single satisfaction to posterity, thou, who shouldst wish to beget children for duration, wilt not postpone till the rake's usual time, that is to say, till diseases, or years, or both, lay hold of thee, since in that case thou wouldst entitle thyself to the curses of thy legitimate progeny for giving them a being altogether miserable, a being which they will be obliged to hold upon a worse tenure than that tenant courtesy, which thou callest the worst, to wit, upon the doctor's courtesy. Thy descendants also propagating, if they shall live and be able to propagate, a wretched race, that shall entail the curse, or the reason for it, upon remote generations. Wicked as the sober world accounts you and me, we have not yet, it is to be hoped, got over all compunction. Although we find religion against us, we have not yet presumed those who do, and we know better than to be even doubters. In short, we believe a future state of rewards and punishments. But as we have so much youth and health in hand, we hope to have time for repentance. That is to say, in plain English, nor think thou me too grave, Lovelace, thou art grave sometimes, though not often. We hope to live to sense, as long as sense can relish, and purpose to reform when we can sin no longer. And shall this admirable woman suffer for her generous endeavours to set on foot thy reformation, and for insisting upon proofs of the sincerity of thy professions before she will be thine? Upon the whole matter, let me wish thee to consider well what thou art about, before thou goest a step farther in the plan which thou hast chalked out for thyself to tread, and art just going to enter upon. Hitherto all is so far right, that if the lady mistrusts thy honour, she has no proofs. Be honest to her then, in her sense of the word. None of thy companions, thou knowest, will offer to laugh at what thou dost. And if they should, of thy entering into a state which has been so much ridiculed by thee, and by all of us, thou hast one advantage. It is this, that thou canst not be ashamed. Deferring to the post day to close my letter, I find one left at my cousin Osgood's, with directions to be forwarded to the lady. It was brought within these 2 hours by a particular hand, and has a Harlowe seal upon it. As it may therefore be of importance, I dispatch it with my own, by my servant, post haste. I suppose you will soon be in town. Without the lady, I hope. Farewell. Be honest, and be happy. J. Belford. Saturday, April 22. End of Letter 51. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Letter 52 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert-Plunkett. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 52. Mrs. Harvey to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in answer to Letter 48. Dear niece, it would be hard not to write a few lines, so much pressed to write, to one I ever loved. Your former letter I received, yet was not at liberty to answer it. I break my word to answer you now. Strange informations are every day received about you. The wretch you are with, we are told, is every hour triumphing and defying. Must not these informations aggravate? You know the uncontrollableness of the man. He loves his own humour better than he loves you, though so fine a creature as you are. I warned you over and over. No young lady was ever more warned, Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to do such a thing. You might have given your friends the meeting. If you had held your aversion, it would have been complied with. As soon as I was entrusted myself with their intention to give up the point, I gave you a hint. A dark one, perhaps, but who would have thought, oh, miss, such an artful flight, such cunning preparations? But you want to clear up things. What can you clear up? Are you not gone off? With a Lovelace, too? What, my dear, would you clear up? You did not design to go, you say. Why did you meet him, then? Chariot and 6 horsemen, all prepared by him? Oh, my dear, how art produces art! Will it be believed? If it would, what power will he be thought to have had over you? He? Who? Lovelace, the vilest of libertines. Over whom? A Clarissa. Was your love for such a man above your reason, above your resolution? What credit would a belief of this, if believed, bring you? How meant the matter? Oh, that you had stood the next morning! I'll tell you all that was intended, if you had. It was indeed imagined that you would not have been able to resist your father's entreaties and commands. He was resolved to be all condescension, if anew you had not provoked him. I love my Clary Harlowe, said he, but an hour before the killing tidings were brought him. I love her as my life. I will kneel to her, if nothing else will do, to prevail upon her to oblige me. Your father and mother, the reverse of what should have been, would have humbled themselves to you. And if you could have denied them, and refused to sign the settlements previous to the meeting, they would have yielded, although with regret. But it was presumed, so naturally sweet your temper, so self-denying as they thought you, that you could not have withstood them, notwithstanding all your dislike of the one man, without a greater degree of headstrong passion for the other, that you had given any of us reason to expect from you. If you had, the meeting on Wednesday would have been a lighter trial to you. You would have been presented to all your assembled friends, with a short speech only, that this was the young creature, till very lately faultless, condescending, and obliging, now having cause to glory in a triumph over the wills of father, mother, uncles, the most indulgent, over family interests, family views, and preferring her own will to everybody's, and this for a transitory preference to person only, there being no comparison between the men and their morals. Thus complied with, and perhaps blessed by your father and mother, and the consequences of your disobedience deprecated in the solemnest manner by your inimitable mother, your generosity would have been appealed to, since your duty would have been found too weak an inducement, and you would have been bid to withdraw for 1/2 hour's consideration. Then would the settlements have been again tendered for your signing, by the person least disobliging to you, by your good Norton perhaps, she perhaps seconded by your father again, and if again refused, you would have again have been led in to declare such your refusal. Some restrictions which you yourself had proposed would have been insisted upon. You would have been permitted to go home with me, or with your Uncle Anthony, with which of us was not agreed upon, because they hoped you might be persuaded there to stay till the arrival of your cousin Morden, or till your father could have borne to see you, or till assured that the views of Lovelace were at an end. This the intention, your father so set upon your compliance, so much in hopes that you would have yielded, that you would have been prevailed upon by methods so condescending and so gentle. No wonder that he, in particular, was like a distracted man when he heard of your flight so premeditated with your ivy summer-house dinings, your arts to blind me and all of us. Naughty, naughty young creature! I, for my part, would not believe it when told of it. Your Uncle Harvey would not believe it. We rather expected, we rather feared a still more desperate adventure. There could be but one more desperate, and I was readier to have the cascade resorted to than the garden back door. Your mother fainted away while her heart was torn between the two apprehensions. Your father, poor man, your father was beside himself for near an hour. What imprecations! What dreadful imprecations! To this day he can hardly bear your name, yet can think of nobody else. Your merits, my dear, but aggravate your fault. Something of fresh aggravation every hour. How can any favour be expected? I am sorry for it, but am afraid nothing you ask will be complied with. Why mention you, my dear, the saving you from mortifications, who have gone off with a man? What a poor pride is it to stand upon anything else! I dare not open my lips in your favour. Nobody dare. Your letter must stand by itself. This has caused me to send it to the Harlowe place. Expect therefore great severity. May you be able to support the lot you have drawn. Oh, my dear, how unhappy have you made everybody! Can you expect to be happy? Your father wishes you had never been born. Your poor mother, but why should I afflict you? There is now no help. You must be changed indeed if you are not very unhappy yourself in the reflections your thoughtful mind must suggest to you. You must now make the best of your lot. Yet not married, it seems. It is in your power, you say, to perform whatever you shall undertake to do. You may deceive yourself. You hope that your reputation and the favour of your friends may be retrieved. Never, never both I doubt, if either. Every offended person, and that is all who loved you and are related to you, must join to restore you. When can these be of one mind in a case so notoriously wrong? It would be very grievous, you say, to be precipitated upon measures that may make the desirable reconciliation more difficult. Is it now, my dear, a time for you to be afraid of being precipitated? At present, if ever, there can be no thought of reconciliation. The upshot of your precipitation must first be seen. There may be murder yet, as far as we know. Will the man you are with part willingly with you? If not, what may be the consequence? If he will, God bless me, what shall we think of his reasons for it? I will fly this thought. I know you are purity, but, my dear, are you not out of all protection? Are you not unmarried? Have you not, making your daily prayers useless, thrown yourself into temptation? And is not the man the most wicked of plotters? You have hitherto, you say, and I think, my dear, with an air unbecoming to your declared penitence, no fault to find with the behaviour of a man from whom every evil was apprehended, like Caesar to the Roman augur, which I heard you tell of, who had bid him beware the Ides of March. The Ides of March, said Caesar, seeing the augur among the crowd, as he marched in state to the Senate house, from which he was never to return alive. The Ides of March are come, but they are not past, the augur replied. Make the application, my dear. May you be able to make this reflection upon this good behaviour to the last of your knowledge of him. May he behave himself better to you than he ever did to anybody else over whom he had power. Amen. No answer, I beseech you. I hope your messenger will not tell anybody that I have written to you, and I dare say you will not show that I have written to Mr. Lovelace, for I have written with the less reserve, depending upon your prudence. You have my prayers. My Dolly knows not that I write. Nobody does, not even Mr. Harvey. Dolly would have several times written, but having defended your fault with heat and with a partiality that alarmed us, such a fall as yours, my dear, must be alarming to all parents. She has been forbidden on pain of losing our favour for ever, and this at your family's request, as well as by your father's commands. You have the poor girl's hourly prayers. I will, however, tell you, though she knows not what I do, as well as those of your truly afflicted aunt, D. Harvey, Friday, April 21st. End of Letter 52.
Letter 53 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 53. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, with the preceding. Saturday morning, April 22nd. I have just now received the enclosed letter from my Aunt Harvey. Be pleased, my dear, to keep her secret of having written to the unhappy wretch, her niece. I may go to London, I see, or where I will, no matter what becomes of me. I was the willinger to suspend my journey thither till I heard from Harlowe Place. I thought if I could be encouraged to hope for a reconciliation, I would let this man see that he should not have me in his power, but upon my own terms, if at all. But I find I must be his, whether I will or not, and perhaps through still greater mortifications than those great ones which I have already met with. And must I be so absolutely thrown upon a man with whom I am not at all satisfied? My letter is sent, you see, to Harlowe Place. My heart aches for the reception it may meet with there. One comfort only arises to me from its being sent, that my aunt will clear herself, by the communication, from the supposition of having corresponded with the poor creature whom they have all determined to reprobate. It is no small part of my misfortune that I have weakened the confidence one dear friend has in another, and made one look cool upon another. My poor cousin Dolly, you see, has reason to regret on this account, as well as my aunt. Miss Howe, my dear Miss Howe, is but too sensible of the effects of my fault, having had more words with her mother on my account than ever she had on any other. Yet the man who has drawn me into all this evil I must be thrown upon. Much did I consider, much did I apprehend, before my fault, supposing I were to be guilty of it, but I saw it not in all its shocking lights. And now to know that my father, an hour before he received the tidings of my supposed flight, owned that he loved me as his life, that he would have been all condescension, that he would, oh my dear, how tender, how mortifyingly tender now in him! My aunt need not have been afraid that it should be known that she has sent me such a letter as this. A father to kneel to his child! There would not indeed have been any bearing of that. What I should have done in such a case, I know not. Death would have been much more welcome to me than such a sight, on such an occasion, in behalf of a man so very, very disgustful to me. But I had deserved annihilation, had I suffered my father to kneel in vain. Yet, had but the sacrifice of inclination and personal preference been all, less than kneeling should have been done. My duty should have been the conqueror of my inclination. But an aversion so very sincere. The triumph of a cruel and ambitious brother, ever so uncontrollable, joined with the insults of an envious sister, bringing wills to theirs, which otherwise would have been favourable to me. The marriage duties, so absolutely indispensable, so solemnly to be engaged for, the marriage intimacies, permit me to say to you, my friend, what the purest, although with apprehension, must think of, so very intimate, myself one who has never looked upon any duty, much less a voluntary vowed one, with indifference. Could it have been honest in me to have given my hand to an odious hand, and to have consented to such a more than reluctant, such an immiscible union, if I may so call it, for life too? Did not I think more and deeper than most young creatures think? Did I not weigh, did I not reflect, I might perhaps have been less obstinate. Delicacy, may I presume to call it, thinking, weighing, reflection, are not blessings. I have not found them such, in the degree I have them. I wish I had been able, in some very nice cases, to have known what indifference was, yet not to have my ignorance imputable to me as a fault. O my dear, the finer sensibilities, if I may suppose mine to be such, make not happy. What a method had my friends intended to take with me! This, I dare say, was a method chalked out by my brother. He, I suppose, was to have presented me to all my assembled friends as the daughter capable of preferring her own will to the wills of them all. It would have been a sore trial, no doubt. Would to heaven, however, I had stood it. Let the issue have been what it would. Would to heaven I had stood it. There may be murder, my aunt says. This looks as if she knew of Singleton's rash plot. Such an upshot, as she calls it, of this unhappy affair, heaven avert. She flies a thought that I can less dwell upon, a cruel thought. But she has a poor opinion of the purity she compliments me with, if she thinks that I am not, by God's grace, above temptation from this sex, although I never saw a man whose person I could like before this man. Yet his faulty character allowed me but little merit from the indifference I pretended to on his account. But, now I see him in nearer lights, I like him less than ever. Unpolite, cruel, insolent, unwise, a trifler with his own happiness, the destroyer of mine. His last treatment, my fate too visibly in his power, master of his own wishes, shame to say it, if he knew what to wish for. Indeed, I never liked him so little as now. Upon my word, I think I could hate him, if I do not already hate him, sooner than any man I ever thought tolerably of. A good reason why, because I have been more disappointed in my expectations of him, although they never were so high as to have made him my choice in preference to the single life, had that been permitted me. Still, if the giving him up forever will make my path to reconciliation easy, and if they will signify as much to me, they shall see that I never will be his. For I have the vanity to think my soul his soul's superior. You will say I rave. Forbidden to write to my aunt, and taught to despair of reconciliation, you, my dear, must be troubled with my passionate resentments. What a wretch was I to give him a meeting, since by that I put it out of my power to meet my assembled friends. All would now, if I had met them, been over. And who can tell when my present distresses will? Rid of both men, I had been now perhaps at my aunt Hervey's or my uncle Antony's, wishing for my cousin Morden's arrival, who might have accommodated all. I intended, indeed, to have stood it. And if I had, how know I by whose name I might now have been called? For how should I have resisted a condescending, a kneeling father, had he been able to have kept his temper with me? Yet my aunt says he would have relented, if I had not. Perhaps he would have been moved by my humility, before he could have shown such undue condescension. Such temper as he would have received me with might have been improved upon in my favour. And that he had designed ultimately to relent, how it clears my friends, at least to themselves, and condemns me. O why were my aunt's hints, I remember them now, so very dark? Yet I intended to have returned after the interview, and then perhaps she would have explained herself. O this artful, this designing Lovelace! Yet I must repeat that most ought I to blame myself for meeting him. but far, far be banished from me fruitless recrimination, far banished because fruitless. Let me wrap myself about in the mantle of my own integrity, and take comfort in my unfaulty intention. Since it is now too late to look back, let me collect all my fortitude, and endeavor to stand those shafts of angry Providence, which it will not permit me to shun, that whatever the trials may be which I am destined to undergo, I may not behave unworthily in them, and may come out amended by them. Join with me in this prayer, my beloved friend, for your own honour's sake, as well as for love's sake. Join with me in it, lest a deviation on my side should, with the censorious, cast a shade upon a friendship which has no levity in it, and the basis of which is improvement, as well in the greater as lesser duties. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 53. Letter 54 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 54. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday afternoon, April 22nd. O my best, my only friend, now indeed is my heart broken. It has received a blow it never will recover. Think not of corresponding with the wretch who now seems absolutely devoted. How can it be otherwise, if a parent's curses have the weight I always attributed to them, and have heard so many instances in confirmation of that weight? Yes, my dear Miss Howe, superadded to all my afflictions, I have the consequences of a father's curse to struggle with. How shall I support this reflection, my past and my present situation so much authorizing my apprehensions? I have at last a letter from my unrelenting sister. Would to Heaven I had not provoked it by my second letter to my Aunt Hervey. It lay ready for me, it seems. The thunder slept till I awakened it. I enclose the letter itself. Transcribe it I cannot. There is no bearing the thoughts of it, for, shocking reflection, the curse extends to the life beyond this. I am in the depth of vapourish despondency. I can only repeat, shun, fly, correspond not with a wretch so devoted as Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 54.
Letter 55 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 55. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to be left at Mr. Osgood's, near Soho Square, Friday, April 21st. It was expected you would send again to me, or to my Aunt Hervey. The enclosed has laid ready for you, therefore, by direction. You will have no answer from anybody. Write to whom you will, as often as you will, and what you will. It was designed to bring you back by proper authority, or to send you whither the disgraces you have brought upon us all should be in the likeliest way, after a while, to be forgotten. But I believe that design is over, so you may range securely. Nobody will think it worth while to give themselves any trouble about you. Yet my mother has obtained to send you your clothes of all sorts, but your clothes only. This is a favor you'll see by the within letter not designed you. And now, not granted for your sake, but because my poor mother cannot bear in her sight anything you used to wear. Read the enclosed and tremble. Arabella Harlowe, to the most ungrateful and undutiful of daughters of Harlowe Place, April 15th. Sister that was. For I know not what name you are permitted, or choose to go by. You have filled us all with distraction. My father, in the first agitations of his mind, on discovering your shameful elopement, imprecated on his knees a fearful curse upon you. Tremble at the recital of it. No less than that you meet your punishment both here and hereafter, by means of the very wretch in whom you have chosen to place your wicked confidence. Your clothes will not be sent you. You seem, by leaving them behind you, to have been secure of them whenever you demanded them. But perhaps you could think of nothing but meeting your fellow, nothing but how to get off your forward self, for everything seems to have been forgotten but what was to contribute to your wicked flight. Yet you judged right, perhaps, that you would have been detected had you endeavoured to get away with your clothes. Cunning creature! Not to make one step that we would guess at you by. Cunning to effect your own ruin and disgrace of all the family. But what does the wretch put you upon writing for your things? For fear you should not be too expensive to him? That is it, I suppose. Was there ever a giddier creature? Yet this is the celebrated, the blazing Clarissa. Clarissa what? Harlowe, no doubt. And Harlowe it will be, to the disgrace of us all. Your drawings and your pieces are all taken down, as is also your whole length picture in the Vandyck taste. From your late parlour they are all taken down and thrown into your closet, which will be nailed up, as if it were not part of the house, there to perish together. For who can bear to see them? Yet how did they use to be shown to everybody? The former for the magnifying of your dainty finger-works, the latter for the imputed dignity now in the dust, of your boasted figure, and this by whose fond parents, from whom you have run away with so much, yet with so little contrivance. My brother vows revenge upon your libertine. For the family's sake he vows it, not for yours. For he will treat you, he declares, like a common creature, if he ever sees you, and no doubt that this will be your fate. My uncle Harlowe renounces you forever. So does my uncle Antony. So does my aunt Hervey. So do I, base, unworthy creature, the disgrace of a good family, and the property of an infamous rake. As questionless you will soon find yourself, if you have not already. Your books, since they have not taught you what belongs to your family, to your sex, to your education, will not be sent to you. Your money neither, nor yet the jewels so undeservedly made yours. For it is wished that you may be seen a beggar along London streets. If all this is heavy, lay your hand to your heart and ask yourself why you have deserved it. For every man whom your pride taught you to reject with scorn, Mr. Solmes excepted, who, however, has reason to rejoice that he missed you, triumphs in your shameful elopement, and now knows how to account for his being refused. Your worthy Norton is ashamed of you, and mingles her tears with your mother's, both reproaching themselves for their shares in you, and in so fruitless an education. Everybody, in short, is ashamed of you, but none more than Arabella Harlowe. End of letter 55.
LETTER LVI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 56. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, April 25th. Be comforted, be not dejected, do not despond, my dearest and best beloved friend. God Almighty is just and gracious, and gives not his assent to rash and inhuman curses. Can you think that heaven will seal to the black passions of its depraved creatures? If it did, malice, envy, and revenge would triumph, and the best of the human race, blasted by the malignity of the worst, would be miserable in both worlds. This outrageousness shows only what manner of spirit they are of, and how much their sordid views exceed their parental love. 'Tis all owing to rage and disappointment in designs proper to be frustrated. If you consider this malediction as it ought to be considered, a person of your piety must and will rather pity and pray for your rash father, than terrify yourself on the occasion. None but God can curse. Parents or others, whoever they be, can only pray to him to curse, and such prayers can have no weight with a just and all-perfect being, the motives to which are unreasonable, and the end proposed by them cruel. Has not God commanded us to bless and curse not? Pray for your father then, I repeat, that he incur not the malediction he has announced on you, since he has broken, as you see, a command truly divine, while you, by obeying that other precept which enjoins us to pray for them that persecute and curse us, will turn the curse into a blessing. My mother blames them for this wicked letter of your sister, and she pities you, and, of her own accord, wished me to write to comfort you for this once, for she says, it is a pity your heart, which was so noble, and when the sense of your fault and the weight of a parent's curse are so strong upon you, should be quite broken. Lord bless me, how your aunt writes! Can there be two rights and two wrongs in palpable cases? But, my dear, she must be wrong, so they have all been, justify themselves now as they will. They can only justify themselves to themselves from selfish principles, resolving to acquit, not fairly to try themselves. Did your unkind aunt, in all the tedious progress of your contentions with them, give you the least hope of their relenting? Her dark hints now I recollect as well as you, but why was anything good or hopeful to be darkly hinted? How easy was it for her, who pretended always to love you, for her, who can give such flowing license to her pen for your hurt, to have given you one word, one line in confidence of their pretended change of measures. But do not mind their after pretences, my dear. All of them serve but for tacit confessions of their vile usage of you. I will keep your aunt's secret, never fear. I would not, on any consideration, that my mother should see her letter. You will now see that you have nothing left but to overcome all scrupulousness, and marry as soon as you have an opportunity. Determine to do so, my dear. I will give you a motive for it, regarding myself. For this I have resolved, and this I have vowed. O friend, the best beloved of my heart, be not angry with me for it. That so long as your happiness is in suspense, I will never think of marrying. In justice to the man I shall have, I have vowed this, for, my dear, must I not be miserable if you are so? And what an unworthy wife must I be to any man who cannot have interest enough in my heart to make his obligingness a balance for an affliction he has not caused? I would show Lovelace your sister's abominable letter, were it to me. I enclose it. It shall not have a place in this house. This will enter him of course into the subject which you now ought to have most in view. Let him see what you suffer for him. He cannot prove base to such an excellence. I should never enjoy my head or my senses should this man prove a villain to you. With a merit so exalted, you may have punishment more than enough for your involuntary fault in that husband. I would not have you be too sure that their subject to seize you is over. The words intimating that it is over, in the letter of that abominable Arabella, seem calculated to give you security. She only says she believes that design is over, and I do not yet find from Miss Lloyd that it is disavowed. So it will be best, when you are in London, to be private, and for fear of the worst, to let every direction to be a third place. For I would not, for the world, have you fall into the hands of such flaming and malevolent spirits by surprise. I will myself be content to direct you at some third place, and I shall then be able to aver to my mother, or to any other if occasion be, that I know not where you are. Besides, this measure will make you less apprehensive of the consequences of their violence, should they resolve to attempt to carry you off in spite of Lovelace. I would have you direct to Mr. Hickman even your answer to this. I have a reason for it. Besides, my mother, notwithstanding this particular indulgence, is very positive. They have prevailed upon her, I know, to give her word to this purpose. Spiteful, poor wretches! How I hate in particular your foolish uncle Antony! I would not have your thought dwell on the contents of your sister's shocking letter, but pursue other subjects, the subjects before you, and let me know your progress with Lovelace, and what he says to this diabolical curse. So far you may enter into this hateful subject. I expect that this will aptly introduce the Grant topic between you, without needing a mediator. Come, my dear, when things are at worst they will mend. Good often comes when evil is expected. But if you despond, there can be no hopes of cure. Don't let them break your heart, for that is plain to me is now what some people have in view for you to do. How poor to withhold from you your books, your jewels, and your money. As money is all you can at present want, since they will vouchsafe to send your clothes, I send 50 guineas by the bearer, enclosed in single papers in my Norris's Miscellanies. I charge you, as you love me, return them not. I have more at your service, so if you like not your lodgings or his behaviour when you get to town, leave both them and him out of hand. I would advise you to write to Mr. Morden without delay. If he intends for England, it may hasten him, and you will do very well till he can come. But surely Lovelace will be infatuated, if he secure not his happiness by your consent, before that of Mr. Morden's is made needful on his arrival. Once more, my dear, let me beg of you to be comforted. Manage with your usual prudence the stake before you, and all will still be happy. Suppose yourself to be me, and me to be you. You may, for your distress is mine. And then you will add full day to these but glimmering lights which are held out to you by your ever affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. I hurry this away by Robert. I will inquire into the truth of your aunt's pretences about the change of measures, which she says they intended in case you had not gone away. End of Letter 56.
Letter 57 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 57, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday morning, April 26th. Your letter, my beloved Miss Howe, gives me great comfort. How sweetly do I experience the truth of the wise man's observation, that a faithful friend is the medicine of life. Your messenger finds me just setting out for London, the chaise at the door. Already I have taken leave of the good widow, who has obliged me with the company of her eldest daughter, at Mr. Lovelace's request, while he rides by us. The young gentlewoman is to return in 2 or 3 days with the chaise, in its way to my Lord M.'s Hertfordshire seat. I received my sister's dreadful letter on Sunday, when Mr. Lovelace was out. He saw on his return my extreme anguish and dejection, and he was told how much worse I had been, for I had fainted away more than once. I think the contents of it have touched my head as well as my heart. He would fain have seen it, but I would not permit that because of the threatenings he would have found in it against himself. As it was, the effect it had upon me made him break out into execrations and menaces. I was so ill that he himself advised me to delay going to town on Monday, as I proposed to do. He is extremely regardful and tender of me. All that you supposed would follow the violent letter from him has followed it. He has offered himself to my acceptance in so unreserved a manner, that I am concerned I have written so freely and diffidently of him. Pray, my dearest friend, keep to yourself everything that may appear disreputable of him from me. I must acquaint you that his kind behaviour, and my low-spiritedness, cooperating with your former advice, and my unhappy situation, made me that very Sunday evening receive unreservedly his declarations, and now indeed I am more in his power than ever. He presses me every hour, indeed as needlessly, as unkindly, for fresh tokens of my esteem for him and confidence in him. And as I have been brought to some verbal concessions, if he should prove unworthy, I am sure I shall have great reason to blame this violent letter, for I have no resolution at all. Abandoned thus of all my natural friends, of whose returning favour I have now no hopes, and only you to pity me, and you restrained, as I may say, I have been forced to turn my desolate heart to such protection as I could find. All my comfort is, that your advice repeatedly given me to the same purpose, in your kind letter before me, warrants me. I now set out the more cheerfully to London on that account, for before a heavy weight hung upon my heart, and although I thought it best and safest to go, yet my spirits sunk, I know not why, at every motion I made towards a preparation for it. I hope no mischief will happen on the road. I hope these violent spirits will not meet. Every one is waiting for me. Pardon me, my best, my kindest friend, that I return your Norris. In these more promising prospects, I cannot have occasion for your favour. Besides, I have some hope that with my clothes they will send me the money I wrote for, although it is denied me in the letter. If they do not, and if I should have occasion, I can but signify my wants to so ready a friend. And I have promised to be obliged only to you. But I had rather, methinks, you should have it still to say, if challenged, that nothing of this nature has been either requested or done. I say this with a view entirely to my future hopes of recovering your mother's favour, which, next to that of my own father and mother, I am most solicitous to recover. I must acquaint you with one thing more, notwithstanding my hurry, and that is, that Mr. Lovelace offered either to attend me to Lord M.'s, or to send for his chaplain yesterday. He pressed me to consent to this proposal most earnestly, and even seemed desirous rather to have the ceremony pass here than at London. For when there I had told him it was time enough to consider of so weighty and important a matter. Now, upon the receipt of your consolatory letter, methinks I could almost wish it had been in my power to comply with his earnest solicitations. But this dreadful letter has unhinged my whole frame. Then some little punctilio surely is necessary. No preparation made, no articles drawn, no license ready, grief so extreme, no pleasure in prospect, nor so much as in wish. O my dear, who could think of entering into so solemn an engagement? Who, so unprepared, could seem to be so ready? If I could flatter myself that my indifference to all the joys of this life proceeded from proper motives, not rather from the disappointments and mortifications my pride has met with, how much rather, I think, should I choose to be wedded to my shroud than to any man on earth. Indeed, I have at present no pleasure but in your friendship. Continue that to me, I beseech you. If my heart rises hereafter to a capacity of more, it must be built on that foundation. My spirits sink again on setting out. Excuse this depth of vaporish dejection, which forbids me even hope, the cordial that keeps life from stagnating, and which never was denied me till within these 48 hours. But 'tis time to relieve you. Adieu, my best beloved and kindest friend. Pray for your Clarissa. End of Letter 57.
Letter 58 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 58. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday, April 27. I am sorry you sent back my Norris, but you must be allowed to do as you please. So must I, in my turn. We must neither of us, perhaps, expect absolutely of the other what is the rightest thing to be done, and yet few folks, so young as we are, better know what the rightest is. I cannot separate myself from you, although I give a double instance of my vanity in joining myself with you in this particular assertion. I am most heartily rejoiced that your prospects are so much mended, and that, as I hoped, good has been produced out of evil. What must the man have been, what must have been his views, had he not taken such a turn, upon a letter so vile, and upon a treatment so unnatural, himself principally the occasion of it? You know best your motives for suspending, but I wish you could have taken him at offers so earnest. Footnote. Mr. Lovelace, in his next letter, tells his friend how extremely ill the lady was, recovering from fits to fall into stronger fits, and nobody expecting her life. She had not, he says, acquainted Miss Howe how very ill she was. In the next letter she tells Miss Howe that her motives for suspending were not merely ceremonious ones. End of footnote. Why should you not have permitted him to send for Lord M.'s chaplain? If punctilio only was in the way, and want of a license, and of proper preparations, and such like, my service to you, my dear, and there is ceremony tantamount to your ceremony. Do not, my dear friend, again be so very melancholy a decliner as to prefer a shroud, when the matter you wish for is in your power, and when, as you have justly said heretofore, persons cannot die when they will. But it is a strange perverseness in human nature that we slight that when near us which at a distance we wish for. You have now but one point to pursue, that is marriage. Let that be solemnized. I leave the rest to Providence, and to use your own words in a former letter, follow as that leads. You will have a handsome man, a genteel man. He would be a wise man, if he were not so vain of his endowments, and wild and intriguing. But while the eyes of many of our sex, taken by so specious a form and so brilliant a spirit, encourage that vanity, you must be contented to stay till grey hairs and prudence enter upon the stage together. You would not have everything in the same man. I believe Mr. Hickman treads no crooked paths, but he hobbles most ungraciously in a straight one. Yet Mr. Hickman, though he pleases not my eye, nor diverts my ear, will not, as I believe, disgust the one, nor shock the other. Your man, as I have lately said, will always keep up attention. You will always be alive with him, though perhaps more from fears than hopes. While Mr. Hickman will neither say anything to keep one awake, nor yet, by shocking adventures, make one's slumbers uneasy. I believe I now know which of the two men so prudent a person as you would, at first, have chosen. Nor doubt I that you can guess which I would have made choice of, if I might. But proud as we are, the proudest of all of us can only refuse, and many of us accept the but half worthy, for fear a still worse should offer. If men had chosen their mistresses for spirits like their own, although Mr. Lovelace at the long run may have been too many for me, I don't doubt but I should have given heartache for 1/2 year at least, while you, with my dull Swift, would have glided on as serenely, as calmly, as unaccountably as the succeeding seasons, and varying no otherwise than they, to bring on new beauties and conveniences to all about you. I was going on in this style, but my mother broke in upon me with a prohibitory aspect. She gave me leave for one letter only. She had just parted with your odious uncle, and they have been in close conference again. She has vexed me. I must lay this by till I hear from you again, not knowing whither to send it. Direct me to a third place, as I desired in my former. I told my mother, on her challenging me, that I was writing indeed, and to you, but it was only to amuse myself, for I protested that I knew not where to send to you. I hope that your next may inform me of your nuptials, although the next to that were to acquaint me that he was the most ungratefullest monster on earth, as he must be, if not the kindest husband in it. My mother has vexed me, but so, on revising, I wrote before. But she has unhinged me, as you call it, pretended to catechize Hickman, I assure you, for contributing to our supposed correspondence. Catechized him severely too, upon my word. I believe I have a sneaking kindness for the sneaking fellow, for I cannot endure that anybody should treat him like a fool but myself. I believe between you and me the good lady forgot herself. I heard her loud. She possibly imagined that my father was come to life again. Yet the meekness of the man might have soon convinced her, I should have thought, for my father, it seems, would talk as loud as she, I suppose, though within a few yards of each other, as if both were out of their way, and were hallooing at 1/2 a mile's distance, to get in again. I know you'll blame me for this sauciness, but I told you I was vexed, and if I had not a spirit, my parentage on both sides might be doubted. You must not chide me too severely, however, because I have learned of you not to defend myself in an error, and I own I am wrong, and that's enough. You won't be so generous in this case as you are in every other, if you don't think it is. Adieu, my dear, I will love you, and love you for ever. So subscribes your Anna Howe. End of letter 58. Letter 59 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 59. From Miss Howe, enclosed in the above, Thursday, April 27th. I have been making inquiry, as I told you I would, whether your relations had really, before you left them, resolved upon that change of measures which your aunt mentions in her letter, and by laying together several pieces of intelligence, some drawn from my mother, through your uncle Antony's communications, some from Miss Lloyd, by your sisters, and some by a third way that I shall not tell you of, I have reason to think the following a true state of the case. That there was no intention of a change of measures till within 2 or 3 days of your going away. On the contrary, your brother and sister, though they had no hope of prevailing with you in Solmes's favour, were resolved never to give over their persecutions till they had pushed you upon taking some step, which, by help of their good offices, should be deemed inexcusable by the half-witted souls they had to play upon. But that, at last, your mother, tired with, and perhaps ashamed of the passive part she had acted, thought fit to declare to Miss Bell that she was determined to try and put an end to the family feuds, and to get your uncle Harlowe to second her endeavours. This alarmed your brother and sister, and then a change of measures was resolved upon. Solmes's offers were, however, too advantageous to be given up, and your father's condescension was now to be their sole dependence, and, as they give it out, the trying of what that would do with you, their last effort. And indeed, my dear, this must have succeeded, I verily think, with such a daughter as they had to deal with, could that father, who never, I dare say, kneeled in his life but to his God, have so far condescended as your aunt writes he would. But then, my dear, what would this have done? Perhaps you would have given Lovelace this meeting in hopes to pacify him and prevent mischief, supposing that they had given you time, and not hurried you directly into the state. But if you had not met him, you see that he was resolved to visit them, and well attended too, and what must have been the consequence? So that, upon the whole, we know not but matters may be best as they are, however disagreeable that best is. I hope your considerate and thoughtful mind will make a good use of this hint. Who would not with patience sustain even a great evil, if she could persuade herself that it was kindly dispensed, in order to prevent a still greater, especially if she could sit down, as you can, and acquit her own heart? Permit me one further observation. Do we not see, from the above state of the matter, what might have been done before the worthy person of your family, had she exerted the mother in behalf of a child so meritorious, yet so much oppressed? Adieu, my dear. I will be ever yours, Anna Howe.
Clarissa, in her answer to the first of the 2 last letters, chides her friend for giving so little weight to her advice in relation to her behaviour to her mother. It may be proper to insert here the following extracts from that answer, though a little before the time. "You assume, my dear," says she, "your usual and ever agreeable style in what you write of the 2 gentlemen, and how unaptly you think they have chosen, Mr. Hickman in addressing you, Mr. Lovelace me. But I am inclinable to believe that, with a view to happiness, however 2 mild tempers might agree, 2 high ones would make sad work of it, both at one time violent and unyielding. You 2 might, indeed, have raquetted the ball betwixt you, as you say. But Mr. Hickman, by his gentle manners, seems formed for you, if you go not too far with him. If you do, it would be a tameness in him to bear it, which would make a man more contemptible than Mr. Hickman can ever deserve to be made. Nor is it a disgrace for even a brave man, who knows what a woman is to vow to him afterwards, to be very obsequious beforehand. Do you think it is to the credit of Mr. Lovelace's character that he can be offensive and violent? Does he not, as all such spirits must, subject himself to the necessity of making submissions for his excesses far more mortifying to a proud heart than those condescensions which the high-spirited are so apt to impute as a weakness of mind in such a man as Mr. Hickman? Let me tell you, my dear, that Mr. Hickman is such a one as would rather bear an affront from a lady than offer one to her. He had rather, I dare say, that she should have occasion to ask his pardon than he hers. But, my dear, you have outlived your first passion, and had the second man been an angel, he would not have been more than indifferent to you. My motives for suspending, proceeds she, were not merely ceremonious ones. I was really very ill. I could not hold up my head. The contents of my sister's letters had pierced my heart. Indeed, my dear, I was very ill. And was I, moreover, to be as ready to accept his offer as if I were afraid he never would repeat it? I see with great regret that your mamma is still immovably bent against our correspondence. What shall I do about it? It goes against me to continue it, or to wish you to favour me with returns. Yet I have so managed my matters that I have no friend but you to advise with. It is enough to make one indeed wish to be married to this man, though a man of errors, as he has worthy relations of my own sex, and I should have some friends, I hope. And having some, I might have more. For as money is said to increase money, so does the countenance of persons of character increase friends, while the destitute must be destitute. It goes against my heart to beg of you to discontinue corresponding with me, and yet it is against my conscience to carry it on against parental prohibition. But I dare not use all the arguments against it that I could use. And why? For fear I should convince you, and you should reject me as the rest of my friends have done. I leave, therefore, the determination of this point upon you. I am not, I find, to be trusted with it. But be mine all the fault, and all the punishment, if it be punishable. And certainly it must, when it can be the cause of the letter I have before me, and which I must no farther animadvert upon, because you forbid me to do so. To the second letter, among other things, she says, So, my dear, you seem to think that there was a fate in my error. The cordial, the considerate friendship is seen in the observation you make on this occasion. Yet since things have happened as they have, would to heaven I could hear that all the world acquitted my father, or at least my mother, whose character, before these family feuds broke out, was the subject of every one's admiration. Don't let anybody say from you, so that it may come to her ear, that she might, from a timely exertion of her fine talents, have saved her unhappy child. You will observe, my dear, that in her own good time, when she saw there was not likely to be an end to my brother's persecutions, she resolved to exert herself. But the pragmatical daughter, by the fatal meeting, precipitated all, and frustrated her indulgent designs. O my love, I am now convinced by dear experience that while children are so happy as to have parents or guardians whom they may consult, they should not presume, no, not with the best and purest intentions, to follow their own conceits in material cases. A ray of hope of future reconciliation darts in upon my mind, from the intention you tell me my mother had to exert herself in my favour had I not gone away. And my hope is the stronger, as this communication points out to me, that my uncle Harlowe's interest is likely, in my mother's opinion, to be of weight, if it could be engaged. It will behove me, perhaps, to apply to that dear uncle, if a proper occasion offer. End of Letter 59.
Letter 60 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 60. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, April 24th. Fate is weaving a whimsical web for thy friend, and I see not but I shall be inevitably manacled. Here have I been at work, dig, like a cunning miner at one time, and spreading my snares like an artful fowler at another, and exulting in my contrivances to get this inimitable creature absolutely into my power. Everything made for me. Her brother and uncles were but my pioneers. Her father stormed as I directed him to storm. Mrs. Howe was acted by the springs I set at work. Her daughter was moving for me, yet imagined herself plumb against me. And for the dear creature herself had already run her stubborn neck into my gin, and knew not that she was caught, for I had not drawn my spinges close about her. And just as all this was completed, wouldst thou believe that I should be my own enemy and her friend? That I should be so totally diverted from all my favourite purposes as to propose to marry her before I went to town, in order to put it out of my own power to resume them? When thou knowest this, wilt thou not think that my black angel plays me booty, and has taken it into his head to urge me to the indissoluble tie, that he might be more sure of me, from the complex transgressions to which he will certainly stimulate me when wedded, than perhaps he thought he could be from the simple sins in which I have so long allowed myself, that they seem to have a plea of habit? Thou wilt be still more surprised when I tell thee that there seems to be a coalition going forward between the black angels and the white ones. For here has hers induced her, in 1 hour, and by one retrograde accident, to acknowledge what the charming creature never before acknowledged, a preferable favour for me. She even avows an intention to be mine, without reformation conditions. She permits me to talk of love to her, of the irrevocable ceremony. Yet another extraordinary postpones that ceremony, chooses to set out for London, and even to go to the widow's in town. Well, but how comes all this about, methinks thou askest? Thou, Lovelace, dealest in wonders, yet aimest not at the marvellous. How did all this come about? I will tell thee. I was in danger of losing my charmer for ever. She was soaring upward to her native skies. She was got above the earth by means, too, of the earth-born. And something extraordinary was to be done to keep her with us sublunnaries. And what so effectually as the soothing voice of love, and the attracting offer of matrimony from a man not hated, can fix the attention of the maiden heart, aching with uncertainty, and before impatient of the questionable question? This, in short, was the case. While she was refusing all manner of obligation to me, keeping me at haughty distance, in hopes that her cousin Morden's arrival would soon fix her in full and absolute independence of me, disgusted likewise as her adorer for holding himself the reins of his own passions, instead of giving them up to her control, she writes a letter urging an answer to a letter before sent, for her apparel, for her jewels, and some gold which she had left behind her, all which was to save her pride from obligation, and to promote the independence her heart was set upon. And what followed but a shocking answer, made still more shocking by the communication of a father's curse upon a daughter's deserving only blessings? A curse upon the cursor's heart, and a double one upon the transmitter's, the spiteful, the envious Arabella. Absent when it came, on my return I found her recovering from fits, again to fall into stronger fits, and nobody expecting her life. Half a dozen messengers dispatched to find me out. Nor wonder at her being so affected, she whose filial piety gave her dreadful faith in her father's curses, and the curse of this gloomy tyrant extending, to use her own words when she could speak, to both worlds, or that it had turned, in the moment of its utterance, to a mortal quinsy, and sticking in his gullet had choked the old excretor, as a warning to all such unnatural fathers. What a miscreant had I been, not to have endeavoured to bring her back, by all the endearments, by all the vows, by all the offers that I could make her! I did bring her back, more than a father to her, for I have given her a life her unnatural father had well nigh taken away. Shall I not cherish the fruits of my own benefaction? I was earnest in my vows to marry, and my ardour to urge the present time was a real ardour. But extreme dejection, with a mingled delicacy, that in her dying moments I doubt not she will preserve, have caused her to refuse me the time, though not the solemnity. For she has told me that now she must be wholly in my protection, being destitute of every other. More indebted still, thy friend, as thou seest, to her cruel relations than to herself for her favour. She has written to Miss Howe an account of their barbarity, but has not acquainted her how very ill she was. Low, very low she remains, yet, dreading her stupid brother's enterprise, she wants to be in London, where, but for this accident, and wouldst thou have believed it, for my persuasion, seeing her so very ill, she would have been this night, and we shall actually set out on Wednesday morning, if she be not worse. And now for a few words with thee on the heavy preachment of Saturday last. Thou art apprehensive that the lady is now truly in danger, and it is a miracle, thou tellest me, if she withstand such an attempter. Knowing what we know of the sex, thou sayest, thou shouldst dread, wert thou me, to make further trial, lest thou shouldst succeed. And in another place tellest me, that thou pleadest not for the state for any favour thou hast for it. What an advocate art thou for matrimony! Thou wert ever an unhappy fellow at argument. Does the trite stuff with which the rest of thy letter abounds, in favour of wedlock, strike with the force that this which I have transcribed does against it? Thou takest great pains to convince me, and that from the distress the lady is reduced to, chiefly by her friends' persecutions and implacableness, I hope thou wilt own, and not from me as yet, that the proposed trial will not be a fair trial. But let me ask thee, is not calamity the test of virtue? And wouldst thou not have me value this charming creature upon proof of her merits? Do I not intend to reward her by marriage, if she stand that proof? But why repeat I what I have said before? Turn back, thou egregious arguer, turn back to my long letter of the 13th, and thou wilt there find every syllable of what thou hast written either answered or invalidated. But I am not angry with thee, Jack. I love opposition. As gold is tried by fire, and virtue by temptation, so is sterling wit by opposition. Have I not, before thou settest out as an advocate for my fair one, often brought thee in, as making objections to my proceedings for no other reason than to exalt myself by proving thee a man of straw? As Homer raises up many of his champions, and gives them terrible names, only to have them knocked on the head by his heroes. However, take to thee this one piece of advice. Evermore be sure of being in the right when thou presumest to sit down to correct thy master. And another, if thou wilt, never offer to invalidate the force which a virtuous education ought to have in the sex, by endeavouring to find excuses for their frailty from the frailty of ours. For are we not devils to each other? They tempt us, we tempt them. Because we men cannot resist temptation, is that a reason that women ought not, when the whole of their education is caution and warning against our attempts? Do not their grandmothers give them one easy rule? Men are to ask, women are to deny. Well, but to return to my principal subject, let me observe, that be my future resolutions what they will, as to this lady, the contents of the violent letter she has received have set me at least a month forward with her. I can now, as I hinted, talk of love and marriage, without control or restriction, her injunctions no more my terror. In this sweetly familiar way shall we set out together for London. Mrs. Sorling's eldest daughter, at my motion, is to attend her in the chaise, while I ride by way of escort, for she is extremely apprehensive of the Singleton plot, and has engaged me to be all patience if anything should happen on the road. But nothing, I am sure, will happen, for by a letter received just now from Joseph, I understand that James Harlowe has already laid aside his stupid project, and this by the earnest desire of all those of his friends to whom he had communicated it, who were afraid of the consequence that might attend it. But it is not over with me, however, although I am not determined at present as to the uses I may make of it. My beloved tells me she shall have her clothes sent her. She hopes also her jewels and some gold which she left behind her. But Joseph says clothes only will be sent. I will not, however, tell her that. On the contrary, I say there is no doubt but they will send all she wrote for. The greater her disappointment from them, the greater must be her dependence on me. But after all, I hope I shall be enabled to be honest to a merit so transcendent. The devil take thee, though, for thy opinion, give so mal a propos as she may overcome. If thou designest to be honest, methinks thou sayest, why should not Singleton's plot be over with thee, as it is with her brother? Because, if I must answer thee, where people are so modestly doubtful of what they are able to do, it is good to leave them a loophole. And let me add, that when a man's heart is set upon a point, and anything occurs to beat him off, he will find it very difficult, when the suspending reason ceases, to forbear resuming it. End of Letter 60. Letter 61 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 61. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday, April 25th. All hands at work in preparation for London. What makes my heart beat so strong? Why rises it to my throat in such half-choking flutters, when I think of what this removal may do for me? I am hitherto resolved to be honest, and that increases my wonder at these involuntary commotions. 'Tis a plotting villain of a heart, it ever was and ever will be, I doubt. Such a joy when any roguery is going forward, I so little its master. A head likewise well turned to answer the triangular varlet's impulses. No matter. I will have one struggle with thee, old friend, and if I cannot overcome thee now, I never will again attempt to conquer thee. The dear creature continues extremely low and dejected. Tender blossom! How unfit to contend with the rude and ruffling winds of passion, and haughty and insolent control! Never till now from under the wing, it is not enough to say of indulging, but of admiring parents, the mother's bosom only fit to receive this charming flower. This was the reflection that, with mingled compassion and augmented love, arose to my mind when I beheld the charmer reposing her lovely face upon the bosom of the widow Sorlings, from a recovered fit, as I entered soon after she had received her execrable sister's letter. How lovely in her tears! And as I entered, her uplifted face significantly bespeaking my protection, as I thought, and can I be a villain to such an angel? I hope not. But why, Belford, why once more puttest thou me in mind that she may be overcome? And why is her own reliance on my honour so late and so reluctantly shown? But after all, so low, so dejected continues she to be, that I am terribly afraid I shall have a vapourish wife, if I do not marry. I should then be doubly undone. Not that I shall be much at home with her, perhaps after the first fortnight or so. But when a man has been ranging like a painful bee from flower to flower, perhaps for a month together, and the thoughts of home and a wife begin to have their charms with him, to be received by a Niobe, who like a wounded vine weeps her vitals away, while she but involuntarily curls about him, how shall I be able to bear that? May heaven restore my charmer to health and spirits. I hourly pray that a man may see whether she can love anybody but her father and mother. In their power, I am confident, it will be at any time to make her husband joyless, and that as I hate them so heartily is a shocking thing to reflect upon. Something more than a woman, an angel in some things, but a baby in others. So father sick, so family fond. What a poor chance stands a husband with such a wife, unless, forsooth, they vouchsafe to be reconciled to her, and continue reconciled. It is infinitely better for her and for me that we should not marry. What a delightful manner of life, oh, that I could persuade her to it, would be the life of honour to be with such a woman! The fears, the inquietudes, the uneasy days, the restless nights, all arising from doubts of having disobliged me. Every absent dreaded to be an absence for ever, and then how amply rewarded, and rewarding by the rapture-causing return! Such a passion as this keeps love in a continual fervour, makes it all alive. The happy pair, instead of sitting dozing and nodding at each other in opposite chimney corners in a winter evening and over a wintry love, always new to each other, and having always something to say. Thou knowest in my verses to my Stella my mind on this occasion. I will lay these verses in her way, as if undesignedly, when we are together at the widow's, that is to say, if we do not soon go to church by consent. She will thence see what my notions are of wedlock. If she receives them with any sort of temper, that will be a foundation, and let me alone to build upon it. Many a girl has been carried, who never would have been attempted, had she showed a proper resentment when her ears or her eyes were first invaded. I have tried a young creature by a bad book, a light quotation, or an indecent picture, And if she has borne that, or only blushed, and not been angry, and more especially if she has leered and smiled, that girl have I and old Satan put down for our own. Oh, how could I warn these little rogues, if I would? Perhaps envy, more than virtue, will put me upon setting up beacons for them, when I grow old and joyless. Tuesday afternoon. If you are in London when I get thither, you will see me soon. My charmer is a little better than she was. Her eyes show it, and her harmonious voice, hardly audible last time I saw her, now begins to cheer my heart once more. But yet she has no love, no sensibility. There is no addressing with her those meaning yet innocent freedoms, innocent at first setting out, that they may be called, which softens others of her sex. The more strange this, as she now acknowledges preferable favour for me, and is highly susceptible of grief. Grief mollifies and enervates. The grieved mind looks round it, silently implores consolation, and loves the soother. Grief is ever an inmate with joy. Though they won't show themselves at the same window at the same time, yet they have the whole house in common between them. End of Letter 61. Letter 62 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 62. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday, April 26th. At last my lucky star has directed us into the desired port, and we are safely landed. Well says Rowe, the wise and active conquer difficulties by daring to attempt them. Sloth and folly shiver and shrink at sight of toil and hazard, and make them possibility they fear. But in the midst of my exultation, something, I know not what to call it, checks my joys, and glooms over my brighter prospects. If it be not conscience, it is wondrously like what I thought so many, many years ago. Surely, Lovelace, methinks thou sayest, thy good motions are not gone off already. Surely thou wilt not now at last be villain to this lady. I can't tell what to say to it. Why would not the dear creature accept of me, when I so sincerely offered myself to her acceptance? Things already appear with a very different face now I have got her here. Already have our mother and her daughters been about me. Charming lady! What a complexion! What eyes! What majesty in her person! Oh, Mr. Lovelace, you are a happy man! You owe us such a lady. Then they remind me of my revenge, and my hatred to her whole family. Sally was so struck with her at first sight that she broke out to me in these lines of Dryden: Fairer to be seen than the fair lily on the flowery green, more fresh than May herself in blossoms new. I sent to thy lodgings within half an hour after our arrival, to receive thy congratulation upon it, but thou wert at Edgware, it seems. My beloved, who is so charmingly amended, is retired to her constant employment, writing. I must content myself with the same amusement, till she shall be pleased to admit me to her presence, for already have I given to every one her cue. And among the rest, who dost thou think is to be her maidservant? Deb Butler. Ah, Lovelace, and ah, Belford, it can't be otherwise. But what dost think Deb's name is to be? Why, Dorcas Wykes. And won't it be admirable if, either through fear, fright, or good liking, we can get my beloved to accept Dorcas Wykes for a bedfellow? In so many ways will it be now in my power to have the dear creature that I shall not know which of them to choose. But here comes the widow with Dorcas Wykes in her hand, and I am to introduce them both to my fair one. So the honest girl is accepted, of good parentage, but through a neglected education, plaguy illiterate. She can neither write nor read writing. A kinswoman of Mrs. Sinclair could not therefore well be refused, the widow in person recommending her, and the wench only taken till her Hannah can come. What an advantage has one imposing or forward nature over courteous one! So here may something arise to lead into correspondencies, and so forth. To be sure, a person need not be so wary, so cautious of what she writes, or what she leaves upon her table or toilet, when her attendant cannot read. It would be a miracle, as thou sayest, if this lady can save herself. And having gone so far, how can I recede? Then my revenge upon the Harlowes. To have run away with a daughter of theirs, to make her a Lovelace, to make her one of a family so superior to her own, what a triumph, as I have hitherto observed, to them! But to run away with her, and to bring her to my lure in the other light, what a mortification of their pride! What a gratification of my own! Then these women are continually at me. These women, who before my whole soul and faculties were absorbed in the love of this single charmer, used always to oblige me with the flower and the first fruits of their garden. Indeed, my goddess should not have chosen this London widow's. But I dare say, if I had, she would not. People who will be dealing in contradiction ought to pay for it, and to be punished by the consequences of our own choice. What a moral lies there! What a deal of good may I not be the occasion of from a little evil! Dorcas is a neat creature both in person and dress, her countenance not vulgar, and I am in hopes, as I hinted above, that her lady will accept of her for her bedfellow, in a strange house, for a week or so. But I saw she had a dislike to her at her very first appearance. Yet I thought the girl behaved very modestly, overdid it a little perhaps. Her ladyship shrunk back and looked shy upon her. The doctrine of sympathies and antipathies is a surprising doctrine. But Dorcas will be excessively obliging, and win her lady's favour soon, I doubt not. I am secure in one of the wench's qualities, however. She is not to be corrupted. A great point that, since a lady and her maid, when heartily of one party, will be too hard for half a score devils. The dear creature was no less shy when the widow first accosted her at her alighting, yet I thought that honest Dolman's letter had prepared her for her masculine appearance. And now I mention that letter, why dost thou not wish me joy, Jack? Joy of what? Why, joy of my nuptials. Know then, that said is done with me, when I have a mind to have it so, and that we are actually man and wife, only that consummation has not passed, bound down to the contrary of that, by a solemn vow, till a reconciliation with her family take place. The women here are told so. They know it before my beloved knows it, and that, thou wilt say, is odd. But how shall I do to make my fair one keep her temper on the intimation? Why is she not here? At Mrs. Sinclair's. But if she will hear reason, I doubt not to convince her that she ought to acquiesce. She will insist, I suppose, upon my leaving her, and that I shall not take up my lodgings under the same roof. But circumstances are changed since I first made her that promise. I have taken all the vacant apartments, and must carry this point also. I hope in a while to get her with me to the public entertainments. She knows nothing of the town, and has seen less of its diversions than ever woman of her taste, her fortune, her endowments did see. She has indeed a natural politeness which transcends all acquirement. The most capable of any one I ever knew of judging what 100 things are, by seeing one of a like nature. Indeed, she took so much pleasure in her own chosen amusements, till persecuted out of them, that she had neither leisure nor inclination for the town diversions. These diversions will amuse, and the deuce is in it if a little susceptibility will not put forth now she receives my address, especially if I can manage it so as to be allowed to live under one roof with her. What though the sensibility be at first faint and reluctant, like the appearance of an early spring flower in frosty winter, which seems afraid of being nipped by an easterly blast, that will be enough for me. I hinted to thee in a former that I had provided books for the ladies' indoor amusement. Sally and Polly are readers. My beloved's light closet was their library, and several pieces of devotion have been put in, brought on purpose at second hand. I was always for forming a judgment of the reading part of the sex by their books. The observations I have made on this occasion have been of great use to me, as well in England as out of it. The sagacious lady may possibly be as curious in this point as her Lovelace. So much for the present. Thou seest that I have a great deal of business before me, yet I will write again soon. End of Letter 62. End of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson.